Ready, Gerald? All right. We'll call to order the City of Desert Hot Springs regular meeting of the City Council, and the City Council serving as a successor agency to the former Redevelopment Agency Board for Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. This is our 4 p.m. closed session, and yes, that was Wednesday, July 5th, due to the July 4th holiday. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Present.
Councilmember Pai.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Nunez.
Here.
And Mayor Mattis.
Present. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
And just a note, I see nobody in the audience. We'll close public comments, and Madam City Attorney, would you announce the closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. There are 5 items on for closed session. The first one is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representative is Doria, Wilms, and myself. The employee organization is Desert Hot Springs Employee Union. Number 2 is also conference with labor negotiators pursuant to the same government code section. Agency designated representatives is Doria, Wilms, and myself, and the employer organization is the Police Officers Association. Number 3 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. There is one potential case. Number 4 is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 11691 West Drive. Agency negotiators are myself and Doria Wilms. Negotiating parties is a County of Riverside. Under negotiation are price and terms. And number 5 is conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6. Unrepresented employees, the city manager.
All right, with that said, we'll recess a closed session.
My arthritis is killing me.
No, not too bad. Just those two. But Paula did say in the email that there's more coming tonight. All right. It's gonna be busy. But at least you consolidated the 15 letters into only 2 different copies. That's just, oh yeah, it's like all signed off. Yeah. But it's like, at least it's not 15 separate.
day bed. I have a day bed for my afternoon naps. It's so nice. It's perfect. Nobody's bugging me. Hi, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Betts. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you. Did you have a nice Fourth?
Huh?
Did you have a nice Fourth?
Yeah, I did actually.
Oh,
We
good.
went down and watched the gas station at Dr. Caliente get rained on with fireworks.
No.
They lit off two biggest fireworks I've ever seen in my life, two of them, and all the sparks just came raining down on the gas station.
Boy, they didn't find that well, did they?
No, and then about 5 or 6 more shots went off, and that was it. Everything went quiet, and they didn't even do the grand finale.
I know, I was looking for it. I'm like,
That's what happened.
happened?
That's what
Oh,
happened.
that's what
They- Somebody said, no, that's enough. We're not gonna lose a gas station over a grand finale. I'm pretty sure that's what
I
happened.
don't think last year it was open.
Huh?
On the Fourth, the gas station hadn't opened on the
Yeah,
Fourth
yeah.
last year.
Well, we were there and we were getting rained on. We were in the same spot. We parked on that road just up the hill from the gas station. And we were getting rained on with embers. So they moved the fireworks further back, and I'm sure the gas station was getting rained on with embers.
Oh, my gosh.
And so they're gonna have to figure out something next year.
Wow.
So I'll just mention my name is good. Okay.
I'd be happy to mention your name.
It's, good to see you, yeah. And I can keep quiet, don't have to pretend like I get all the credit for all your hard work.
You're allowed to glow. Isn't that why? You know, you do all the hard work behind the scenes, you get the glow.
Well, we love campaign time, you know, you get to write all your campaign literature. Russ Betts is the greatest guy in the world. There's coffee out there. You guys want coffee?
Good. I just wasn't sure if I would be allowed to use my laptop
Oh, yeah.
tonight for my notes, or if I needed to have my hard copy out, or how that.
Should be able to put it up on the screen.
I'm going to be facing this way though, right? Not this way?
That, you're gonna stand right there.
So I won't be able to see this.
If I was married, I'd be talking to the council. You're not gonna be
I
talking
know
to the
logically it
audience.
should be here, right?
You're gonna be,
Facing the
yeah,
council.
facing us. That microphone's just gonna turn the other direction.
Oh, super. Okay. There you go. So the screen will be right there. Excellent.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no screen back there. Where'd they all go? I was sitting in there, they all left. I came out here, they all left.
Uh-oh. Nothing personal, mind you.
How are you guys doing?
Fabulous. How are you doing?
There's,
I know, it's been a while.
so you need help getting your laptop hooked up to the, that's super friendly these days. Danny.
They already have the presentation
Oh, good.
with the board clerk.
Whoever did this building was pretty dialed in with everything, weren't they? Huh?
They were, yeah.
When you're at the meeting, you leave and you can hear the meeting throughout the whole building. So like if you have to go use the restroom, you can still listen to the meeting.
Wow.
And the supervisor's building is the same way. You know, you can walk a long ways and still hear the meeting going on. And, oh, I'm gonna hurry to get back to the boat.
Boy, that's nice.
Yeah. Then we got 2 screens here. Most places have one, so when your presentation goes to the,
Really?
when your presentation goes to the screen, then you lose your agenda. You can't see what's going on, so we have one that's fixed with the agenda and then one that gets presentations.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah, well, we don't have anything of that like that down at the Sunline.
Isn't technology amazing?
met her yet? Have you met her yet, the new one?
No,
Mona, right?
yes.
How do you
I
pronounce her
understand
last
she's
name?
coming.
All right, well, none of us know it.
Something.
Yeah, I tried that, none of us know it, right? Okay. so-
She's supposed to be coming next week, I think, to
Yeah.
have a tour of the office.
Letters and
I heard she wants to abandon the hydrogen program and go all to diesel.
But you know,
Nah,
the
just
hydrogen-
joking.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, you got no sense of humor over there.
he's planning.
I know, I was like, no.
Tell you the cutting edge we're on.
Huh?
There's the taxi cabs that fly. $300,000 for a car that flies.
Wow.
It's been approved by the FAA.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
we're taking pre-orders now.
Yeah, I don't think so. It'll never be like the Jetsons. Of course, with Elon Musk doing all his thing, maybe.
I know.
I'm gonna
Right
get
Back to
coffee.
the future.
I'm gonna get coffee. Started my diet. How are you guys?
The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the city clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the city clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the city clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting.
All right. You guys all set over there at the city clerk's desk? All right. So we're going to come back from our closed session, but we're going to go into presentations before we have our regular meeting. And we have 4 items for presentation tonight. Our first presentation, she's not here, so we're going to put that off to the end. We'll start with Sunline Transit Agency, Sunride. How are you? Turn that around and just press the button there. It'll turn red and you'll be good to go.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the audience. Also, special greetings to Board Member Betts, who represents Desert Hot Springs Desert Edge on the Sunline Transit Agency Board of Directors. My name is Jill Plaza, and I am the Taxi Contract Transportation Services Administrator for Sunline. And here tonight I have Manuel Acala, who is our planning manager, to assist in any questions that may be addressed for Fixed Route. Thank you for welcoming us tonight to share our microtransit service Sunride with you this evening. So what is Sunride? Sunride is an on-demand microtransit rideshare service. It's similar to Uber and Lyft in that you book your ride through an app or through customer service, and a van picks you up 1/8 of a mile to 1/4 of a mile of your either residence or business that you're picking up your ride from. It's a way to get around your neighborhood, encouraging businesses within Desert Hot Springs and encouraging residents to reinvest in their city by keeping their dollars here. Sunride also enables residents to connect to our fixed route network to buses to get you to destinations outside of the city of Desert Hot Springs, such as Palm Springs or Indio. Sunride goes almost every place in your neighborhood now. It goes to grocery stores, Desert Hot Springs High School now, doctor's offices, City Hall, the library, the grocery store, medical offices, so residents of the city can get where they need to go to do their business in the neighborhood. And what is your neighborhood? This is really great. We just expanded in May. I'm pleased to share our new geofence, what we call boundaries for the zone of Desert Hot Springs. It now covers approximately 20.2 miles and serves about 35,000 residents of the city. It also supports 55 fixed route bus routes connecting to our bus lines, our routes 2, 3, and 5. We did increase this up towards Mission Lakes in the north to meet demands there, as well as to the west on Indian Canyon. I wanted to share some background about the geofence with the council members today. I know Board Member Betts is more privy to this information being on our board, but so that you can see the growth that this geofence has experienced over the past 3 years. You can see month after month, as well as year upon year, this geofence has continued to outperform itself. It had the high of 238 rides just last month, necessitating our need to bring that second vehicle into the geofence to meet ridership demands. So how does Sunride work? The first thing that you need to do is download the app. You can do this by either clicking your cell phone against the QR code there, which will take you right to the Sunline website, or you can go to our website and it'll take you right to the links to either Google's Play Store or the Apple App Store. Once there, you're going to want to go ahead and click on the register button. I'm going to show you where that is. On the right side here on the screen, you'll see where it says register, and that's where you would click to set up your account. Once you have your account set up, you're going to answer a few questions. You're going to get a verification email to validate the account, and then you're all set to begin booking rides. So how do you book a ride? Okay, now, how do I start the video? There we go. Oops. What do I press there? You got it. Thank you. So first, once you sign in, then it's going to take you to another screen to enter the address you want to go to. You can either type it in, like this is happening right now, or you can go to the geofence map and click on a location, which is what is being seen here, where you can pin specifically where you want to pick up or drop off. In this instance, you're seeing the drop-off identified. You set it as drop-off, and then both your pickup and drop-off are gone. You schedule your time and day and number of passengers, and then it asks you which time works best with your schedule. You select your time, it confirms the pickup location, and then it asks how you're going to pay for it. It's $3, so it's either via cash, credit card. So if you're using cash, you would just go ahead and book the ride. If you're not, you would load your credit card information, which is secure, and then you would go ahead to pay, and your next screen is, which does not show here, I'm sorry, shows that the ride is booked. And then you can plan on being there in the 10-minute window when the ride has said that it will be there. So as I said, Sunride costs $3 per person per ride. It's very economical, a lot cheaper than an Uber or Lyft. It does include a transfer to fixed route, so if your point of origin is here in the city and you want to go to the airport, for example, you could connect to the fixed route bus that would go into Palm Desert. That transfer would be given to the bus driver, and you would be all set to go to your final destination. If fixed route is your starting route, then you would pay your fare with the bus driver, request your transfer, and they will give you a transfer, and you would give that transfer to your Sunride operator, and your trip is complete. You're able to pay with cash, credit card, or that fixed route bus transfer. Where else do we go? I'm pleased to report we have 7 geofences in the Coachella Valley. We're in Cathedral City, the city of Coachella, of course, Desert Hot Springs, Desert Edge, Indio, Mecca North Shore, Palm Desert, and Palm Springs. If you want additional information, you can contact our customer service number, which is also, they can help you set up an account at 760-343-3450. You can visit our website at sunline.org, not com, /Sunride, or you can reach my office directly. Again, you can access most of this information through the QR code seen on your screen above. And that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions the members may have.
We really appreciate your presentation tonight, and I'll give it over to the board member from your board first to say a few comments before any other questions.
Yeah, first, thanks for coming and making that so clear and easy. I got on the phone with you and walked through the whole process to learn it on my phone. I now have it on my phone. And it's really nice that the board down at Sunline's been very forward-thinking. A lot of transit agencies are suffering severe ridership loss. Sunline's recovering very well from the pandemic and seeing an increase. And I think the key on this here is that you want to ride the bus, but it's such a long walk after you get off the bus to go home. I don't want to have to go from my house to take a mile-long walk to get to the bus route and go. So now I can just call this up and get to the fixed route and go where I want to go. And then it really becomes first mile, last mile. So it's much easier to use this. And for example, remember when you drop your car off at the auto shop and then you figure out, how do I get home? Well, here you go. It's much easier now. You don't have to ask your friends or your neighbors who usually charge you lunch or something. This is cheaper than that. So anyhow, I'm really happy that we were able to get this presentation. The ridership's growing, correct?
Yes, absolutely. You guys have grown month over month since this geofence has opened, which was at the very beginning of the program in January of 2020. And I'm just pleased with its growth each month. I love the numbers that I'm seeing. It had its first dip, and I believe that's probably seasonal. June, generally, you get students out of school, and schedules adjust a little bit with vacations and what have you, so that's normal. I do expect it will uptick here pretty soon.
Well, the last thing I'll say is when we first introduced this, I had people out in Desert Edge saying, how do I get into town? I said, take Sunride, and then that finally caught on. So now it's actually gotten to the point where I think Desert Hot Springs has got the busiest routes in all of the Sunline. I know 111, because there's so many cities involved, but we are the #1 busiest for just a single city of all of the cities. So we're doing good. Okay, thanks.
And all
Sorry.
vehicles are ADA, so they're wheelchair accessible for residents that may have that need.
Yeah, these are spiffy new rides, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're very nice. Okay, sorry, I'm done.
No worries. Ms. Pye? Mr. Nunez? Mr. Gardner? Appreciate you
for
coming
having us.
out. We got a beautiful meeting ahead of us if you want to stick around. We still have a few presentations tonight. We're going to move to the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control Board presentation.
Press the button. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do want to do a quick props to Sunline. My son's a high schooler here, and he uses the Hall Pass, which gets him to and from school for free, and it's a lifesaver for us. So keep up the good work. Thank you very much. My name is Tammy Gordon. I'm the Public Information Manager for the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. Just want to give you a quick update on what's happening in the city and kind of around the rest of Coachella Valley. And thank you to Trustee Gardner, who is our representative on our board. So first thing, my favorite fun fact about mosquitoes is only female mosquitoes bite, right? So we've got 13 mosquitoes that we are looking for, 13 species in the Coachella Valley, but we really only care about 3 because they can transfer diseases. 2 of them are these native guys here. This is the culex. We find these in common sources that we always remember, right? The yucky pools, the rural areas with lots of excess water that's using. Right now in the East Valley, we do have active transmission for mosquitoes with St. Louis encephalitis, which is a virus that can be transmitted to people. And though death is rare, it is something that can happen. So we recommend that when you're out in that area or anywhere right now, you should be wearing a repellent. The other mosquito that we're looking for is this little guy. Her name is the invasive Aedes aegypti, and she brings a whole new fun plethora of diseases to us, all the tropical ones: Zika, chikungunya, dengue, yellow fever, all this stuff that sounds super scary. None of those are transmitting in California or the Coachella Valley right now, but it's possible. Because we have this mosquito, all it takes is one person that travels to a place that has active transmission of something like dengue, come back here, get bit by her, and she can make tons of people sick. So what we really need people to be cognizant of right now is the places where she can breed. It's different from those culex that are those big sources, the pools, the ponds, things like that. She wants really small sources. She wants things that it's as small as a tablespoon. So underneath your potted plant, in that ornamental fountain that you have that you don't always turn on, so it's not always circulating. Or one of the most interesting ones are yard drains, because we can't even see what's going in until we're going into it. But she has found a good home here. Though she is invasive, we have not been able to control her as well as we want to. So we really need the community to get involved in getting rid of that water so she can't start reproducing. For 80s in Desert Hot Springs, this is kind of what it looks like. And bear with me, I know these are always tricky to look at, but the one on the left that says 2019, those pink spots are when we first detected Aedes aegypti here in the community. And from then we tried to do a bunch of public outreach and let people know the things that they need to do. But as you can see with the one on the right, we didn't have a lot of community involvement, and it has spread, and she is spreading very quickly here. So again, it is something that the community can control, and it is as easy as just dumping out that water. If she doesn't have that water to lay her eggs, she can't keep the babies alive, and they will all die if you do something as easy as removing that water. This is what Desert Hot Springs looks like over the past few years. Again, bear with me here. The different colors are what we're trying to look at. As you can see, 2022 was a pretty bad year here. That spike was kind of an outlier. It had to do with an abatement property that we had, so we were collecting a lot more mosquitoes in that area. But in general, Desert Hot Springs is staying rather consistent with the rest of the years that have gone by. So it's kind of telling us that, yeah, mosquitoes are getting worse here, but it's staying consistent enough that it is manageable. This is what I was talking about between the species. So this is specific to Desert Hot Springs again. The green is the culex, which we always would find anywhere, right? Those are native. But now, since we found that Aedes invasive mosquito, you can see how suddenly we're finding a whole lot more mosquitoes, and it's kind of leveling out between the natives and the invasive, which probably means that we're going to see a lot more invasive in the next few years. Things that we need the community to do. Fun stuff. Dump out that water. Drill holes in things that you're going to use water with underneath your potted plants, things like that. And also wipe your things down. Bird baths and things like that need a quick wipe once a week. Your dog bowl, things like that, because the mosquito likes to lay her eggs right on that top part of the water. And once she gets the water, that's how the mosquitoes come down. So if you do a quick wipe around it, the eggs can't hatch and you'll be good. All that green water, still bad water, but anything that's not circulating within 3 to 5 days is something that you want to make sure you're refreshing or you're changing. How does DHS compare to other places in the valley? Kind of common. So you're going to see your peaks, you're going to see your valleys between all of them, but in general, DHS actually has less mosquitoes compared to the rest of the valley. And we attribute that quite a bit to the wind that you find here. It's a little bit set off from some of the other cities, so you are doing pretty good there. The wind is a big factor for out here for sure. If you have done all the things that I've asked you to do, we can still come and do free service requests for you. And what we'll do, we'll have a technician come out, he'll take a look around your property, see if there's anything that you missed. They'll point it out to you, they'll leave you a fun little report that says these are the things that I recommend, and we're happy to come out anytime. Our number is there, and as well as the website, you can do either way for a request. When I said the virus detection, I send out all of our information for virus technicians to this website here. It goes out on a blast that says, here's where we're worried about. These are the things you need to do. Please pay attention. And you can get any of that information right there. And that is what I have today. Again, my name is Tammy Gordon. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Tammy, thank you so much for coming out and giving that presentation. We look forward to it each year so we can get an update. I do need to correct you on one thing. We don't have winds in Desert Hot Springs, we have therapeutic breezes.
Oh, you know, I'm fairly new to the desert. I love that.
When I was first elected, I was corrected by the Hoteliers Association.
Okay.
So,
therapeutic, all right.
but obviously some mosquitoes do like to vacation in our community, so please be aware out there. Obviously some great tips. So I'll give it over to the trustee for the board there and let him make his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tammy. You always do such a great job with this stuff. And the one thing that, you touched on how to stop stuff here. You also come to a lot of community events and talk to people about how to protect themselves, repellent, long sleeve shirts, any of that stuff. Do you want to hit on that for a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. So when it comes to things like virus season, it's kind of to the point where dumping out the water isn't actually going to help anymore, right? It's an active transmission. Now you're finding that one mosquito that can bite you and possibly cause you neurological damage for the rest of your life. At that point, we're kind of telling people repellent is your best friend, and that's an EPA registered repellent. DEET is the #1. Everybody's known about it. It's been around since the 40s. Picaridin is an ingredient that you find in things like Avon Skin So Soft. And there's also something called oil of lemon eucalyptus. This one is important because everybody thinks that essential oils are the thing. It's not oil of lemon mixed with oil of eucalyptus. It is a very specific ingredient called oil of lemon eucalyptus, and that comes from a tree bark, and that's a very good one. But like long sleeves, just like Trustee Gardner was saying, long sleeves is good. People always confuse that with, oh, it's so hot in the desert. It doesn't mean something tight and something like a parka. It means something light and breezy. Go out when you're walking your dog, make sure you're taking care of that. Speaking of dogs, dog heartworm is also a thing that 80s can bring, so protect your animals by taking one of those monthly pills that you can get from your veterinarian. And anything else I missed?
No, I can't think of anything. I will tell you, and I do everything that you teach us. And I'm always checking for underneath my potted plants and all of that. But last year, the general manager decided he was going to take and check every trustee's yard with a trap. So they came out and set a big old trap in my yard, and I thought, I'm going to be perfect. I'm not going to have any mosquitoes. I do all the right thing. Well, they're still there. And you're going to get bit. And you're going to get, so the key is to minimize that. But I was really quite surprised at the number that showed up in the trap in my yard, even though I have nothing that needs watering. And so it was really it was very eye-opening. We do get a lot of complaints about the little ankle biter guys. Those are not the ones that are, as annoying as they are, they're not the ones we need to worry about, though, right?
The Aedes aegypti are the ankle biters.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so that's the invasive one. So we have a few different biters around, but the Aedes is one where you often I get my ankles bitten or I get the back of my arms bitten. That's because she's super sneaky. She just wants to take a quick bite and run away, right? She's not thinking of anything else but trying to bite and run. And what's further away from your arm than your leg? So that's where she's trying to get at. So absolutely, if you're getting bitten, that's why we suggest that you look around your property first and then give us a call if you need additional help, because that's something we can help you with. Speaking of that, it is our 95th anniversary this year. It's 1928 since we've been around, so I brought some good goodies for everybody. We've got some fun packs and some repellent, which is DEET in there, that you are more than welcome to put in your car or in your purse or wallet, and use that as protection measures, please.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yeah, Mr. Betts.
So the new one, it's a small one?
It is small. So the picture that I was showing was a black and white with stripes. So there she is.
Little tiny things.
Super tiny, has very, very distinct stripes on it. And it's weird to say that a mosquito is tiny, right? But comparison, like the normal mosquitoes are a little bit smaller than like a dime. She is like half that size. She's ridiculously small, which is a lot of people confuse them as no-see-ums, something that you can't really see, and she bites. And she's very fast. And that's part of one of her dynamics, is that she's super fast. She likes to bite very quickly and then move on. So she's very good at what she does, at being invasive and then establishing herself very quickly because of her habits.
I want to thank you for the service that we were noticing them, and they came out, and it wasn't anywhere nearby us, but it was somewhere, a little bit of a distance. He says, we found it, we've got it taken care of, they should be gone in a few days or a week, and they were.
Great, that is
So,
wonderful.
They were
to hear.
little ankle biters, yeah, they're terrible.
We do have one technician permanently in Desert Hot Springs that
Correct.
just does us and Desert Edge, if I'm
Correct, yep. He is a zone technician, and he is specific to Desert Hot Springs, and he comes out here every day, and that's his job. He responds to service requests, and if he needs any additional help, we have an 80s Hot Shots team that comes and helps him out.
Yeah. So,
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. I just had a question, I don't even know if you know the answer to this, but a couple of weeks ago, I was in the East Valley, and I saw a mosquito fighting a bee. I had the question, like, who would win and what comes out of this? I mean,
Sounds like an epic Netflix film, doesn't it? Like the bee against the mosquito. Normally mosquitoes are going for, if they're blood feeding, they're going for like mammals. I haven't heard of them attacking a bee before, which is really a shame because I love bees, right? So like, stay away from the bees. I don't know the answer to that. I'm sorry. That's cool though.
And then lastly, do you have, as part of the gifts, do you have the lollipop-filled mosquitoes or no?
The lollipop-filled mosquitoes? That would be so gross. Your little legs like that.
I think we take him down to the campus and have him put his arm in the
Yes.
mosquito breeding
We
tank.
are working on that right now. We have one that I'm going to start bringing to our outreach events, where you can actually put your hand on top of it and see if anything will gravitate towards you. But since they're all males in the cage, they shouldn't gravitate toward you, because only female mosquitoes bite.
And Ms. Pye didn't have anything, but I just wanted to say thank you. I work in property management, and the vector control's always open to coming out and doing spraying for red ants. They also come out to HOAs, and they'll schedule that on a yearly basis for you. Once you're in the system, your staff will actually bug us managers until they get us on their calendar, because they know they got to keep moving on and get it done. But red ants are a problem in the valley also, and it can become a really bad problem if you don't take care of it. So it's one of the species that they will go out and try to eradicate from your property. So if your HOA or your golf course or any of your homes have red ants, let them know. And then the mosquito thing is really important. We had quite a few last year. My wife wouldn't even sit outside in the evenings because it got so bad for a while there. But let them know and they'll help.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming out. I'm going to move down to the podium for the next presentation. So a couple weeks ago, it was brought to my attention that we have a youth star in the community. So we'd like to invite up, it's Angelica, right? Yeah, come on up. And you're wearing a Raider hat, which is my favorite team, so you're already on my side. Come up here, stand here with me real quick. Councilmember Gardner was able to go to a program in Palm Springs, which is a program within the Coachella Valley right now. And it's honoring students within communities for things they do. So I'm going to read this real quick. It's called the Do the Right Thing organization. It's a national organization started in Miami with a new chapter here in the desert. It was created to recognize and reward school-age youth in the Coachella Valley for their positive attitudes, behaviors, and accomplishments. The goal is to build self-esteem in youngsters by reinforcing socially desirable behaviors and a no, not socially desirable, or no. And to demonstrate good kids are newsworthy and role models for their peers. This chapter here has been in operation since the first of the year. So you might have seen this on KESQ, really promoting it. The Palm Springs Police Department with some of the board members have been promoting it. And I thought it was just a Palm Springs program, but come to find out it's actually a full Coachella Valley program, and this is awesome. I was invited, but I could not attend. Councilmember Gardner went on behalf of the city and was there to help hand out awards and be there to represent our city. Kids are nominated by their teachers, their parents, police officers, or other adults. Angelica Chavez was nominated by one of her teachers at Painted Hills Middle School. That's a cool school. My daughter goes there too. She is the first student from Desert Hot Springs to receive the award, which was presented to her a couple weeks ago in Palm Springs at a ceremony attended by Councilmember Gardner. Angelica's teacher said that, quote, when her friends get in trouble, they are mentioning that Angelica has tried to talk them out of their behaviors and has been a stellar friend who they can really trust and rely on. I am very impressed on how far Angelica has come since 6th grade, and she deserves to be recognized for her hard work and being dedicated not only to school, but also being a really good friend. Who's your teacher that nominated you? You don't know? They date a secret? Oh, that's a cool teacher either way, right? And so here at the Desert Hot Springs, we wanted to honor you. There's not a lot of people in the audience, but on that camera there, you're famous. They're watching you out there, and they see you as a role model to our community, and we really want to recognize you. So as mayor of the community and on behalf of the city council, we wanted to say thank you. We know you got an award from the organization, but we wanted to recognize you from our city and say thanks for what you're doing and being a mentor to everybody out there. Is that your mom? She said that you were going to give about a 20-minute speech. No? You don't have to give no speeches, but really wanted to say thank you and wanted to recognize you in the community. All right, so you're wearing Raider hat, but you're wearing Angel red. I'm a Dodger fan, so we got to wear blue next time, okay? Congratulations. Thank you. Jeffrey, you're up. We have one last presentation tonight. It's an interactive budget book presentation by our Administrative Services Director, Jeffrey Buckheim.
All right, thank you. So with our new financial system, OpenGov Financials, it's also provided an enhanced reporting and budgeting system. And with that, we are able to, the finance department has been able to develop a budget and put it online for the city. So the budget can be accessed through the just regular city's website on administrative services. Under here in the budget section, and here we have the link for the 2-year operating and capital online budget book. When you click on that, you will come to the table of contents page right here. Have the picture of the city and a little exploring the budget and overview. The budget is actually set up in a couple of sections. We've got an introduction and overview and a budget detail, which contains the details of the consolidated general fund budget, capital improvement projects, and the restricted funds. Within the overview, there are several reports that we can look at. You just click on, there is the budget message or the agenda, the staff report, which also includes the resolution adopting the budget. And once you go to some place, you just click on home here, you get back to the table of contents or the home page. There are several other items there. You see the consolidated general fund, the schedule for the consolidated general fund balance for this year's budget or for the 2-year budget. But we also have some more information, such as consolidated general fund summaries. Within here, this shows we have a graph of the revenue summary for the 23, 24, 24, 25 fiscal year, which you can scroll along and get a little information on it. So we have 85% in taxes for fiscal year 24, 9.66% in permits and fees. In 24-25, it's like 85.24, and you can get some little additional information just by scrolling on the graph. Further down there is some more detailed information, so you can actually see what the city received in these revenues in 21-22, what we received so far this year, what we budgeted this year, and what we are budgeting for the next 2 years. And this information is actually live, so when it's updated in our financial system, it gets updated in the budgeting reporting module. And you can also see the same for not only the consolidated general fund revenues, but you have the consolidated general fund expenditures, along with the interactive graph showing you the different categories of expenditures, as well as a line item. So what we've spent previously, what we've budgeted, and we are continuing to budget. And then a new informational item. We have a very long summary of expenses and revenues for all the funds. If you click on this one, comes up a table, and it'll show every single fund, the total revenues we've collected and budgeted for the last couple of years and the upcoming 2 years. And the same with on the same link, a different link, you have expenses for all funds. Within the budget details, you can look at any department within the general fund. Each page shows that it has a picture. It shows a description of that department, as well as any goals or objectives for this year's budget. Within that, you will see what was spent for each expenditure line item in the previous year, and the history, and what's being budgeted for the next 2 years. And that is for all the departments within the general fund. So the city council is just one of them. We also have with the police department with the patrol field. The goals and objectives and all the expenditures. And we have the same for our restricted funds. So such as art in public places, it will show a description of the fund. We show the revenue summary, what revenues have come in and we're anticipating, and expenditures that we are anticipating. One additional feature, any fund that has capital improvement projects also has, let's see, for instance, the Measure A fund also has a capital improvement project schedule. So as you can see for Measure A, we've got the revenues, then the expenditure summary, and down below you can see what capital improvement projects have been, what the city had spent in previous years, what we were spent this past year, and what we are planning on to spend for the next 2 years, like citywide annual slurry, Pearson striping and restriping and slurry, and other projects. So that can be seen in all the city funds. And then in addition, you can look, we have the capital improvement project funds, which if you click on those, you get a description of the fund, as well as the funding sources for that project and what fund it's coming out of. So for the Palm Drive improvements, we're expecting some grants for the improvements, and we are expecting to use funding from the Capital Improvement Fund, Measure A, Street Stiff, and Storm Drainage Stiff. And that's all for all the capital improvement projects that we have budgeted for the next 2 years. A couple other items. Overview, we're still working on this one, but this one will be giving you an overview of the whole budgeting process once we get that information uploaded. Operating, this is also being worked on. This will actually give you itemizations by department. So you can click on that and you can see exactly what each department is spending. Now this won't be everything, but on some of the items like contract services, it could be, okay, this is what we're spending on an audit contract for finance or engineering. Here we have with City Council our annual dues, like for League of California Cities. So that would be more information we haven't shown before, but it's able to see an itemization of what the city is spending. And then under capital, it shows our 3-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26. And that is, so, and this is our interactive budget. It can give you more information, and I'd like to thank our finance department, especially your finance manager, Tiffany, and Glenn, our program financial specialist, for helping put this together.
Well, it's fantastic. I do work for a company that is contracted with another city in the Coachella Valley, and they had a pretty interactive budget page, and this is really impressive compared to what I've seen, and this is going to give our constituents a real transparent look into where their money is going. A lot of times we're just told we don't spend money in the right places, and this is a great opportunity for the public to get into it and see exactly where their tax dollars are being spent. So this is awesome. Great job, guys. I'll open up to comments and questions. I'll start with Ms. Pye. Mr. Nunez?
Great job. I think this is great for the residents. It's easy for them to access this rather than, having going through the whole paperwork. So thank you.
Mr. Gardner?
No, that technology is cool. That's about all it says. Is way cool. But it'll also be not only transparent for our residents, city, but for us. And we don't have to call and harass you or the city manager with a budget question. We can just go, you can call, you can say back to us, go to the page and get it.
I just want to qualify some of our comments before Mr. Betts goes. It was always transparent that you could walk into City Hall and have someone try to print out the budget for you, but it wasn't that easy, always trying to get down to where you were trying to get. So
I was going to put it a little differently than Gary did when we call and ask for a budget. Now they're going to say, hey, look it up yourself. But the other thing is you always have people, when they want to know what's going on in government, they're always saying, oh, you're hiding everything, you're hiding everything. There ain't anything hidden here. And last thing I want to say is there's a tremendous amount of work went into getting this program put in place. You've obviously done a great job, and thank you very much. This is a big help to anybody. If you want to know what's going on, it's always the budget that'll tell you what's going on, and there you go. It's just laid out for you here and at home on your own computer. Thanks.
Thank you. There is a couple things I forgot to mention. This budget is actually connected to Google Language, so if you go up in the top right here, you can actually select another language. You can have it in Spanish, any of the languages here.
Hindi,
Where's
Laotian.
I don't know, if it was Mandarin, my wife's going to be all over this.
She's going to actually know how much we're spending.
And, yeah, we can, for this, you can change this to any language that you have here. It's connected to Google Language. Also, what will be available soon is a printable PDF version of this document. So for those people who still want to who still want a paper document.
Takes a lot of paper, though.
Yes, but some.
Make sure your printer's loaded with ink.
Awesome. Well, great job again. It is about 8 minutes till 6. We're going to take a recess until 6 o'clock, and then we'll start our regular meeting. Thank you.
The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the City Clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the City Clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. Please complete a speaker request form, which can be found to the left of the entrance to the City Council chambers, if you would like to address the City Council on a non-agenda item. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, a speaker request form is not required. Public comments will be heard during the agenda item. Please submit the completed speaker request form to the city clerk seated to the left of the speaker podium. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown timer will appear on the screens located around the council chambers. All comments are to be directed to the City Council and shall be devoid of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain a professional, courteous decorum. Due to the Brown Act, which is California's open meeting laws, only items listed on the agenda can be addressed by the City Council. The City Council is unable to respond to matters raised on non-agenda items. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time in the order that the forms are received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Desert Hot Springs City Council meeting.
Good evening, everybody. City Clerk, are you ready? All right. We're going to call to order. This is the City of Desert Hot Springs regular meeting of the City Council, and the City Council serving as the successor agency to the former Redevelopment Agency Board for Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. This is our regular session. We are here on Wednesday due to the 4th of July holiday yesterday, and I hope you all celebrated safe and had a wonderful day off. With that said, roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts,
Present.
Councilmember Gardner,
Present.
Councilmember Pai,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Nunez,
Here.
and Mayor Mattis.
Present.
Thank you.
Our invocation tonight, Flo Smith's going to be here. There she is. Come on up, Flo. Flo is with the Word of Life Church. She's an elder with them, and she's going to give her invocation tonight.
Good evening, council, and all our leaders in their respective places. We're going to take this time to go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for the day that you've given us that was not promised, but you so graciously woke us up this morning and gave us the activity of our limbs. Father, as we go forth with this meeting, we pray that everyone is in their right mind and they have the energy to go forth. Lord, we pray for this city that we have. What a wonderful city, Lord, that it's becoming and developing into, and all those that are taking part in making this possible. We pray for our police department, Lord, that you keep a hedge of protection around them when they go to these calls to make sure that they're safe and they have the time to respond in timely manners. We pray for all of our leaders here and our city members and our community and those that are less fortunate than we are. In Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Russell Betts tonight.
please place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting our nation's flag. Ready, begin.
We're going to go to City Attorney's report. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I have two reportable action items. Number one is the City Council approved 5-0 the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Desert Hot Springs and the City of Desert Hot Springs Employees Union. This is an agreement, a contract that is good for July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. This is now a public document, and the city will make sure that whoever needs it will be able to have it. Second, the City Council voted 4-1 with Councilmember Pai voting nay on the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Desert Hot Springs and the employees assigned to classifications represented by the City of Desert Hot Springs Police Officers Association. The contract is July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. And again, this document will be made available to the public as needed.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the approval of the agenda. At this time, City Council may amend any order of the agenda, approve the consent calendar, remove any items from the consent calendar. Does any council member would like to remove any items from the consent calendar? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that would like to speak on the consent calendar before we vote on the consent calendar? We have 3 items on the consent calendar. I see nobody coming forth on that. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, we have a 2 items I think that have significant public interest that probably would be good to move them up in the agenda.
My plan was to go forth on the agenda as in order and just ask if there's anyone here to speak on those items. If there is, I would take that item. If not, we would push those items to the end. So I agree with you. I think we'll probably get those items very quickly. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Do you want to second it? Or you mean approve the agenda with the consent calendar? Second. All those in favor, or if there's no other comments, please vote. It's not coming up on my screen, Joe. I'm an aye. And if you can reset my system so it
Motion
works.
passes unanimously.
Thanks. Move to City Manager's report. I'm sorry, public comments first. I don't have any public comment cards. These are comments not on the agenda. Anything on the agenda. So if anyone wants to speak on items not on the agenda, you may do so now. Mr. Johnson. Eddie Johnson.
My name is Eddie Johnson. Good morning, or good afternoon, evening rather, to the City Council and city officials and residents. First of all, I missed the last meeting we had. I just wanted to compliment the mayor for his outstanding speech he made for his grandfather that passed away back in World War II, I believe it was. It really touched my heart. Also, 4th of July, which we had on July 1st, was outstanding. And Roberta did a great job. She stressed us too early. We got to give her a chance. And also, Mayor, I want to thank you very much to show me how to hold the baseball, because I pitched for the Powerball game yesterday, the veteran, and I made it in the strike zone. So hopefully they won't hire, but if they do, you're coaching me.
That's awesome, Eddie. Eddie, you represented our community as a veteran and got to throw out the first pitch at the 4th of July event over at Power Stadium in Palm Springs. So awesome. Great job. Gerald McKenna?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Gerald McKenna. I'm a resident of Desert Hot Springs since 2006, and I never say that without saying I love living here. Recently, I was elected to the Desert Water Agency, and the board has asked me to coordinate and liaise with you, the city of Desert Hot Springs. I represent Division 2, which on the east side of Palm runs from Dillon to Two Bunch Palms, and on the west side runs from Dillon up to 8th Street. So you're in my division right now as we speak. I have some news for you. Today, our board voted to reduce the property tax element that Desert Water Agency puts on tax bills from 10% to 8%. Sorry, from 10 cents per $100 of assessed value to 8 cents per $100 of assessed value. So if you own a $500,000 property, and pretty soon we all will, I think, that will reduce your property tax bill by $100 a year. So that's why I'm here in person, to give you some good news. Bad news, I probably would have phoned it in. A second piece of good news is we are now recharging the Mission Creek Aquifer using the replenishment facility that the agency runs at Worsley Road. And this year, we expect to put 2.5 billion gallons of water into the aquifer, which will massively raise the level. It's very responsive to recharge and depletion. So that's my second piece of good news. And in keeping with that, we are arranging a visit for Mission Springs Water District and our board to that facility on July 25th at 8 a.m. And I want to extend an invitation to you to come along as my +1 or +5 or +10. The senior staff, I think the city engineer, Public Works, might be interested, and I'd like you all to come. Let me see, have I missed anything? No, that's it, I think. That's for me. I will leave some of my business cards with the city clerk so you can reach me.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your service to our community. Ramon Rodriguez? Or Roman Rodriguez? Give us 1 minute. I'll go to the next one if you can work that out. Stephen, I'm sorry, Stephen, your last name starts with a K, but I can't. I'm sorry? Kilcohen. Thank you.
I'm back for another 3 minutes. Last meeting I talked about code enforcement and the need of more code enforcement. I understand we have one code enforcement officer. We spoke, you spoke last meeting about $80,000 to hire a company for a program for showing people how beautiful the city is. We need to clean the city up. We need more code enforcement. I beg you to take a drive down Ironwood between Palm Drive and Choya and tell me you don't see some need there. Take a drive down any street outside of the gated communities and see all of the cars parked on the streets, not on the streets, on the lawns, on the yards, on the sidewalks, on vacant lots. Look at all of the vacant lots that people own that they do not keep up. They're full of trash and they're overgrown. There's everything in there. There's abandoned cars in there. Drive the real streets. I know most of you live in gated communities. You do not see what I'm talking about. You do not experience it on a daily basis. I wake up and look out my front window to automobiles parked on the yards across the street. It's not necessary. You are the city leaders and you are directly responsible for this mess. If you want to bring tourists in to see this beautiful city, let's make a beautiful city for these tourists to come and see. Let's make a place that they want to come and see. Yes, we are Desert Hot Springs. We are known for our hot springs, our natural hot springs. People do not want to come and see this. I was at my barber just a couple of weeks ago. He also owns a business on Palm Drive, Palm and Buena Vista. It's a beauty supply. He tells me about the homeless people on drugs on the sidewalk right in front of his business. His customers do not want to come in. He tells me how he sits and watches them and somebody come up on a bicycle or walk up with a walkie-talkie to call the drug dealer to come in and bring more drugs. They'd sit and lay right on the street and do crack. They light up their pipes, they get out their needles. This needs to be addressed. This is not something that we're going to bring tourists to come and see. Tourists do not want to come and see this. We spoke last week about the trash everywhere. Maybe we could do an education program with the residents. It is a windy city. We know it's a windy city. When you put your garbage in the garbage can, if the lid doesn't close properly, maybe we should be putting it in secured garbage bags that are closed, tied closed, so that we don't have all of this garbage everywhere. Let's get together, use our heads, and clean the city up. Let's make it a city to be proud of. Let's make it a city that people want to come to, that we don't need to pay $80,000 for somebody to come up with some kind of a program to bring these people in. People would come here on their own like they used to do years ago before all of this mess. We have many facilities here, resorts that have a history of celebrities and very well-to-do people
Thank you,
coming.
Stephen. Your 3 minutes, right?
Thank you.
Did we find a translator for Mr. Rodriguez? Is that a yes or a no? Public nuisance item, so he wants to speak during that time? Did someone want to confirm with him? We'll come, public nuisance? Okay. So we're going to move on. I have no other public comments in for, no more blue slips in for public comments. Anyone here to speak on items on the agenda may do so at that time. This is the last call for anyone that would like to speak on items not on the agenda. I see nobody coming forth. We're going to close those items at this time, and we're going to go to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to start with Jeffrey Buckheim, our Administrative Services Director, who will provide some financial updates for us.
All right, good evening and thank you. So for fiscal year 22-23, these are our preliminary year-end numbers, so there will be some changes. As of June 30th, we've had $26.1 million, which is 81% of the budget. Last year, it was at $28.4 million, which is 99% of the budget. I'd like to point out that fiscal year 21-22 and 2021, those are the final year numbers, so they are there will still be some changes in 22-23. For 2021, we ended the fiscal year in $25.7 million in revenues, which was at 101% of the budget. For expenditures, for 22-23, we're up to $30.4 million, which is at 86% of the budget. 21-22 ended the year at $27.9 million, and 2021 ended the year at $24.7 million. Just to reiterate, these are just preliminary numbers, and the Finance Department will be using the next 2 months to post back other revenues and expenditures until we close the books in September. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next, I'd like to have Nick Hager, our Public Works Director, provide a few updates as well.
Good evening. I have a couple of updates on 2 CIP projects. The first one is Palm Drive North project. SE has installed the replacement marble light poles on Palm by Mission Lakes Boulevard. These poles were installed to replace the current wood poles. The wood poles are scheduled to be removed once the marble light poles are energized. Remaining items on this project include installation of the new SCE marble light poles within the project area, completed ADA ramps and sections of sidewalk, and site restoration. Public Works has been in contact with SCE and continues with the contractor as they move through this project. The Pearson and Golden Eagle Signal Upgrade Project. The contractor has removed and replaced signal heads, backplates, poles, rewired, and installed detection loops. The next step in this project, is to remove markings on Golden Eagle and Atlantic, install new markings and RPMs, install thermoplastic, signs, and red curbs. Once these items are completed, the new traffic signal head will be uncovered and operational. The goal of this project is to limit vehicle congestion by having dedicated left turn pockets on Golden Eagle and Atlantic, and enhance pedestrian safety, specifically during student drop-off and pickup hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And then finally, I'd like to have Roberta Cernick, our Executive Program Director, to provide some updates on recreation services.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and residents. The news everyone has been waiting for. We were notified today that the repairs will be completed at the Furby Aquatic Center this week. So the pool will reopen on Monday, July 10th. And we'll operate our normal business hours. The pool is open Monday through Saturday. And before we go dark, I wanted to just remind everyone that our youth basketball league will be starting August 21st. And this is a co-ed youth basketball league, and for ages 8 to 14, and registration opens August 3rd. And you can register online or in person at the Desert Hot Springs Recreation Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta. That concludes my updates.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Mayor and Council Member comments. I'll start with Ms. Pye.
I have one thing. I had a video, and I'm sorry I don't have it. However, the Senior Center partied very hard this last Friday. It was their prom. their masquerade prom. And Ms. Bush announced Vaughn and Lib Fosso as the new king and queen. And I really wish I could show you those pictures. That's all I have.
Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have anything in anticipation of a long meeting, so I decided to keep it short. Thank you.
Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, likewise. I just have three real quick things. CVAC General Assembly last week wanted to just congratulate the mayor on becoming chair of CVAC for the next year. We had a Visit Greater Palm Springs board meeting. We adopted a budget of $31.7 million, which is the highest it's ever been for that organization and their amazing tourism marketing. Tourism overall across the board, and particularly in Desert Hot Springs, has rebounded beyond the pre-pandemic level. So we're back and better than ever. And had 2 opportunities to read to the kids at the library, and I wanted to thank the great library staff for the invites. It's always just a lot of fun to read to those kids. All I've got.
Spets.
I was going to ask about the Furby pool, but that's taken care of, so that's good news. There's a couple of road cuts that were put in on the section of road from Dillon and Indian. And I know when Southern California Gas has come in and encroached into our right-of-way, man, they've done a fantastic job patching the road. I'm just hoping staff could go down and take a look at that, because it's not a very good job. It's between Little Morongo and Indian, and then partway down Indian. I think when the contractors come in and they make a saw cut, it needs to be nice and clean. I know I'm a Virgo, but I just would like to see that. If we could get somebody to look at that, it's a problem. Another thing, Nahum Drive. I don't know how to pronounce it. Maybe I'm getting it right, maybe I'm not, but it's Nahum Drive. I think if staff takes a drive down there, this isn't something that our normal pickup service with Desert Valley Disposal can handle. It's a lot of small litter and debris. They may be able to go get some things, but it needs some attention. I drove it. Resident was complaining about a lot nearby, so I went and took a look. And it's not just that lot, it's the entire street. Really needs some attention, so there's some way we can figure out how to get that taken care of. That'd be good. I met with the auditors following our meeting, and it was nice to have a good report on the audit and everything's in place. I got a chance to read to the grade schoolers at the library. That's a fun and challenging experience. They all sit there looking at you so attentive, and you're trying to keep them entertained. They didn't get one of my jokes. I just sat there, anyhow, I tried. Sunline, the big news there is we have a new chief executive officer that's been, the board voted to hire and ratify that contract, and she will be starting very soon. Meetings are getting set up next week with the board members and staff, so that's good news. Attended the ADU workshop put on by the city. That's auxiliary dwelling units, and want to compliment staff. Wow, great job, great turnout. Almost as many people as you see here tonight were in attendance at that event. I bet you there's going to be a second one. Anyhow, that was good information. Met with the park consultant tomorrow. I attend Southern California Association of Governments in Los Angeles, and that's it, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short as well.
Thank you, and I just wanted to say I attended the executive committee meeting for the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, and as much as I like to take credit that I'm a great guy and they voted me in as chair, it's not exactly the way it works. It actually rotates per city. I just happen to be the mayor at this time, so I will serve as the chair of the Coachella Valley Association of Governments for the next fiscal year, which is July 1 through June 30 of next year.
Mr. Mayor, can I just take a moment to say that there has been times when they've rejected somebody, so you must have done something
They have,
right.
but they changed the policy a couple years ago, so I still can't take the credit. It's forced now on them that they must accept the city.
Well, we're happy you're there.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to report that you will see over the next few years there is funding for Date Palm from Varner to I-10. They're going to reconstruct some of that road. I know that this is important to a lot of residents of Desert Hot Springs and outlying Desert Hot Springs because you take Edom Hill Road, which is the Varner Road, through to Cathedral City and other desert cities. It doesn't mean the worst part, which is along Varner there, is going to be repaired right away, but it's a step towards that. So the city of Cathedral City is very concerned about those areas and working with us on that. And then lastly, the executive committee took an opposed pocket position on Senate Bill 583, which is funding for the Salton Sea. And the reason for that is the Energy and Environmental Committee opposed it. And the reason for the funding wasn't exactly what they were looking for on the, getting into a lot of details, I don't need to get into a lot of details, but it just wasn't fair enough with enough money coming to the Salton Sea to make it cleaner and what they were trying to do. So with that said, the executive committee was going to be talked into possibly not opposing it, but there's a lot of work behind the scenes being done. And if the bill does not change, which this actually brought light to that bill by the Senator Padilla, and he actually called in to the Salton Sea, what's the agency? It's a water agency? Authority, Salton Sea Authority, right? There we go. And they're now working with them directly to help the funding be more of what those neighborhoods are looking for. So with that said, we'll be taking more of a position later down the line. And that's all I'm going to say and report on, because that's all I went to. All right, so we have a very busy agenda. This is our last meeting before the summer break, so I appreciate each and every one of you coming here. Please be patient with us. There's multiple items here with multiple people wanting to speak on those. We'll get to each of those items. I'm going to call them in order as they're on the agenda. If somebody's here to speak on that item, we will take that item. Our first is our public hearing, item number 6, the resolution affirming the report of public nuisance abatement cost and placing them on a tax roll. Just with a raise of hand, is anybody here to speak on that item? There was a gentleman that you were talking to. Did that get resolved? Is anyone else here to speak on that item? You don't speak yet. I'm just asking if you're here. Okay, so we will take that item. We will open up the public hearing, or we will start with the staff report. Ms. Newsom.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Each fiscal year, the Code Compliance Division assesses outstanding administrative citations and abatement costs to property taxes. The city provided notice to these property owners on May 30th, 2023 and informed them of their right to appeal. Since then, no property owner has formally appealed the assessment. The city also informs the property owners by notice that they can avoid the penalty costs by paying the outstanding costs or making a payment arrangement before today. The total preliminary cost to be assessed on May 30th was $1,053,766.32. Since then, the city has received payments or dismissed fines in the amount of $152,000, and the current amount to be assessed to the tax rolls is $901,658.97. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is an opportunity for anyone to ask any questions to staff. Would anyone like to ask any questions of staff? I don't see anybody in the queue. Remember, you can use your queue also. That leads us to opening the public hearing, and we're taking any testimony in favor, opposed, or neutral position. You may come up right now and speak to the city council if you choose to. Yes, sir. You just want to state your name when you get up to the microphone, and then you're more than welcome to speak on your item.
I filled out one of the blue cards, but my name is George Kleiss, resident since 2013, homeowner since 2018. I'm not too sure if this is the right venue or time to do it. It's regarding a notice of public hearing that I was given by the City of Desert Hot Springs about a fine on parking an old friend's vehicle on my driveway. Half of the vehicle is on the cement, the other half is on the sand. 80% of Desert Hot Springs is sand. And it first started off with a $100 fine, and now it's a $1,300 fine. That's a lot of money, but if I don't pay it by today, it's a $3,536.15, which the city has also stated that since it's a special assessment, if I don't pay that within 3 years, they can sell my house. I find that concerning, given I've never received a phone call from somebody or a knock on the door saying, hey, look, you shouldn't park the car here. Is there something wrong? Can I help? This is not my vehicle. It's not registered in my name. My friend lost his house here in Desert Hot Springs about 3 years ago, went to Oklahoma, hasn't come back, hasn't gotten on their feet, and I drained all the fluids from it, right? It's a long-term, I don't know when he's coming back, he's homeless. So I don't have the resources to pay a $3,500 fine. I just don't. But if the city could waive that and help me, and I'll find a way of salvaging it once I get in touch with him. I've already reached out to his family members. They don't know where he's at. He's a former vet. So we're thinking he's somewhere in some VA hospital, hopefully. But I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it, but I'm just here to appeal.
This is the exact time to talk about it. I'm going to ask you one question. What's the property address?
68133 Via Domingo, Desert Hot Springs.
Before we make a ruling on this, would you like to speak with code enforcement before we close this item and make a ruling?
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay. What we're going to do is I'm going to have you step to the back. I'll have someone from code enforcement meet you back there and see if there's any solutions that you guys can come up with. And then once we report back, we'll talk. We'll make a decision.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here? I think there was someone else that. Yes, please come forward, sir. If you wouldn't mind giving me the address or the APN number, that'll help us out.
Good evening, everybody. Happy 4th. Today I'm here because I have a property since 2000, and right now I have some tickets on it, and I've been paying it, but still I have 7,900 there asking to pay it, and I pay already 4,900, and I'm trying to find out what is that for, because on that property it's my sister, my wife, and me, and everybody receiving some citations on it. Wherever I tried, I did it, I fixed the property, because since 2020 it's been breaking in my property 3 times, and there's still the air conditioning, there's still all the painting, whatever I have from my niece. And right now, the city asking another 7,900, and I'm trying to find out any solution, which one I pay already 4,000 something.
What's the address, sir?
It's a 66856 Rio del Sol.
Via del Sol?
Rio del Sol.
Rio del Sol.
Rio del Sol.
All right, did you want to step to the back and talk to the code enforcement officer?
Yes, please.
She's right back there.
Thank you.
And then we won't close until we have you come back up. Anyone else that would like to speak on these items?
Mr. Mayor,
Was
yes. I was talking to a gentleman. Where's he at? There he is.
Yeah, if you would, you can
Yes.
translate for him.
And I spoke to him earlier.
What's the address, Danny?
It's 63605 Scenic Drive. His name is Ramon Rodriguez. And I'll just kind of give a brief summary. He'd had multiple violations for illegal structures or non-permitted structures, for parking a mobile home unpermitted, for having storage of construction vehicles unpermitted. And he, since then, not having a business license for his business, since then he has removed all the violations except the unpermitted structures. He says he's working with an architect to submit the plans, but he did fail to pay the fees from the first inspection, and they have accumulated all the way up to, I believe, $4,000. And with the tax, it'll be $6,336. So he's asking if they can waive, or if the council would waive the fees and just remain on the one, that is the city business license that they still haven't received.
And you said 63635, okay. Anything else, if you want to ask him, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Les dije poquito de todo lo que me dijo ustedes, pero ¿tiene algo más que decir?
Ahorita sobre los tickets, nada más eso.
Okay. That's all he has.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So I think an important part of his kind of history is that he purchased the property with some of these illegal structures already on the property, and it was his understanding at the time that he could operate it as a commercial property where he could run his business. And so I did kind of have conversation with him. He was a little bit kind of misled when he purchased the property, and he has been trying to comply. So there's quite a few violations that he has cured. The violation now that he needs to cure, he is making headway. So he is going through the process of getting the proper permits to have the structures on the property.
Great. All right, we'll call you back up in a minute if we have any more questions, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Sir, did you satisfy is there anything you'd like to add?
If I could add?
Yes, please.
Talking to the code enforcement, so it's because the car is parked outside of a paved area. I'll move it in the garage if that's what you guys need me to do, so it's not there. And then hopefully work with my friend or his family to figure out what we're going to do with the car. Because, like I said, he's down on his luck. So that being said, if you guys can think about it in your hearts to just help me with these fees and not have to come out of pocket, because that's twice the mortgage amount that I pay on a monthly basis. That's almost 3 times. My mortgage is small. So it would financially cripple me for a while. So anything you can do to help lower that. But I would also, like, code compliance, we live together. Like, just knock on my door. Like, if you took pictures of it, you could have just knocked and said, hey, look, we can't have that here. I would have had a simple conversation. My wife would have yelled at me and I would have moved it right away. Instead, she knows I'm here and she's like, I told you, like, you can't brush it off. There's a certified letter here. It has my name on it. Better figure it out today. And she's probably watching at YouTube right now and I'm going to hear about it. So
give us a few minutes. We'll try to make you famous.
Thanks, guys.
George, I'm sorry, can I have a quick question for him?
Yes.
How long has the car been there?
It's been there for 3 years.
And he hasn't, like, came around, anything, I mean, your friend-wise, I'm sorry.
The last that I heard, family member, he was in San Diego, VA, and then he left to Oklahoma for rehab.
Okay.
But that's the last that I heard. It was 3 months ago.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple more conversations taking place back there. I want to give them a few minutes to have opportunity to come up and say a few words. So I'm going to recess this item for a minute. Do we have anybody here for item number 7? It's an ordinance amending the following chapters of Chapter 17 zoning code. See anybody that? So we'll move to the administrative calendar. I do know we have somebody in the audience for this one, so we'll take this one. Item number 8 is appointment to the Public Safety Commission to fill 1 vacancy for unexpired term. Mr. Soriano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Currently, 1 vacancy exists on the Public Safety Commission, previously occupied by Brian Muse. The Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code states that if vacancies in any commission occur other than by expiration of term, the vacancy shall be filled by appointment of the council member who appointed the commissioner being replaced, with ratification by a majority of the City Council. Accordingly, Councilmember Betts is designated to appoint his replacement. Additionally, the Municipal Code states that the term of replacement appointment for an interim vacancy is for the unexpired term of the member replaced. So this current term would go through January 2025. Lastly, council policy states that in dealing with commission vacancies, all members of the council shall have an opportunity to review the applications of the commission applicants as follows. The council member who is responsible for the appointment of a commissioner shall notify the city clerk prior to the time the agenda is posted for the meeting at which the proposed commissioner appointment is to be made of the name of the proposed commissioner. City clerk shall include the names and applications of all persons who submitted an application for the commission in the agenda packet, including that of the proposed commissioner. Also, the proposed commissioner, but not all applicants, shall appear at the council meeting when the appointment is being made and shall be available to answer any questions from the council. And lastly, if an appointment to any commission is not made within 60 days of the vacancy, the mayor or mayor pro tem in the mayor's absence shall make the appointment subject to ratification by a majority of the city council present at the meeting. Pursuant to the MATI Act, which is codified in the California Government Code, a special vacancy notice shall be posted not earlier than 20 days before or not earlier than 20 days after the vacancy occurs. Final appointment shall not be made for at least 10 days after the posting of the notice. My office posted the notice on June 15th, 2023. No new applications were received following the posting of the vacancy notice. However, my office reached out to the applicants who had applied for commission positions for this current term, which are included in your packet. With that, staff recommendation is to ratify Councilmember Betts' appointment of Caden Cross to the Public Safety Commission to fill 1 vacancy consisting of an entire unexpired term through January 2025. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you very much. Mr. Betts, anything to add?
Yeah, I just want to say that the people who serve on the commissions put in a great amount of time. It's largely a volunteer position, and sometimes things come up in life where you just can't meet the obligation as it requires, and so that's necessitated this vacancy. The rule is if you miss, I think, 3 meetings in a calendar year, then it's automatic. There's no choice in there. The previous commissioner did a great job, just something came up, but just wasn't able to make it. I'm really happy to be able to nominate and appoint Caden Cross, very bright young man. I'm sure he'll do a fine job, and I'm sure he'll make every meeting and not miss one. So,
Before any question of Mr. Cross, if there is needed, is there anybody now who'd like to speak to this item? See nobody coming forth. I'll close public comments. Any council members have direct questions for the commissioner appointment? Yes, yes, ma'am. Mr. Cross, if you come up to the microphone, please.
Pardon me?
I was asking Mr. Cross to come up if you had comments or questions for him.
I want to make a comment.
Okay, no question, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
He's no, you can stand here while I talk about you. He's an excellent candidate. Graduated not too long ago from high school. We talk about youth and what we need to do for youth, and you stepped up. And I'll be honest, I waited till the last minute to appoint you myself, and so that's my bad. But I'm glad that you're coming along, and I know, as I said, your mother is very proud, and I just wanted to say I think you're an excellent candidate.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Cross? Yes, Mr. Gardner?
I don't have a question, but a comment along the same lines as Ms. Pye. Ms. Pye and I both had appointments earlier this year to the Public Safety Commission. We had long-term people that have been on there a long time that moved on, and we put some new faces on. And one of the things that we were both commenting on was that the lack of young people that want to get involved. And you're 19?
Yes.
So you can't get much younger than that and still serve on something. So I really am happy to see the views of the youth of our community represented, particularly on the Public Safety Commission, because you deal with police, you deal with fire, you deal with everything else, and so having that kind of representation and voice on there I think is crucial. So I want to congratulate Mr. Betts on making the appointment, and I want to welcome you to the commission.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
If I have no other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion, Mr. Betts.
Well, I'm guessing this motion will get a unanimous vote. I'll make a motion that we appoint Caden Cross to the Desert Hot Springs Public Safety Commission.
I'll second that.
If there's no other comments, I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. Nothing's coming up on my screen again.
It's not in the budget book, is it?
Nothing's up on anyone's screen? All right, so I have a motion. We're going to take a voice vote.
I didn't catch the second on the motion.
Who was the second? Okay. Mr. Gardner.
Thank you.
And then please, roll call, please.
Councilmember Betts?
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner?
Aye.
Councilmember Pye?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nunes?
Aye.
Mayor Mattis?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Staff will be in
Thank
touch
you.
with you. And we made sure it was on a night when we had a lot of items on the agenda, a lot of people here, so they could clap for you. Usually there's 3 people in the audience, so.
Yeah. Just wanted to say that I'll make sure to do right by all of you in the city. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any update on what's going on with code yet? Can we move on, or do they still have people out there talking with? They're still working on some issues out there?
Do you want me to provide you kind of a synopsis for the rail?
Yeah, let's start with the first one, 6.9. We'll reopen item number 6, and we'll go to 69133 via Domingo. That's the first one. That was the parked car. I think he spoke to that. I think we have enough information on that. Anything to add on that?
Yeah, so the violations still obviously exist, but there's a pretty simple solution. He can either, as he knows now, move it to a paved surface, or you can do what's called a private property tow. Since it is your property, even though it's not your vehicle, you do have the authority to tow it away. So either one of those, corrections would work, and then he would be in compliance, and we could go ahead and waive the citations. We have until approximately August 1st before the assessment is finalized.
Thank you very much. And then 66853 Arroyo del Sol.
So for the Rayo del Sol property, this was a property that had a search warrant issued for an illegal cultivation operation. During the search, it was determined that there was an illegal addition to the property, and so that would require a building permit. The property owner did get the building permit. However, he's never reached out to do the final inspection so that they could close out the building permit. It's been over 6 months since the building permit has been open. We've tried countless times to reach out and, get him to final the permit. He also is lacking a business license because it is a rental property and there are occupants there. And so we have not cited him since February, but the existing citations are for existing open outstanding violations.
Would it be possible for him to close all of that if he was to comply? Could he comply before the 1st of August, or is that going to be pretty tight?
Unfortunately, his building permit may be expired now and he may need to restart that process.
Okay.
Is there still illegal operation going on?
Not to my knowledge. There's there's occupants in the property.
And then 63-635, you already spoke to that item. Anything else to add on that?
No.
Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on the tax roll report of public nuisance abatement cost and place them on tax roll before I close the public hearing on that? You wanted to add something, sir? You may. Come up to the mic, please.
What happened in 2020 when we purchased the property? That time I was living in Los Angeles, and the property was all the time breaking in, and I got someone to move into renter property, so nobody is going to come in. And whoever, they started doing something, they were not even paying the rent, all that stuff. But whatever it's happened is long story. End of the day, I got a citation and I got the call, so it's something going on in that property. After that, I went there and I fixed everything. Maybe I didn't do final inspection because I didn't know that there is a final inspection. What happened? They came inspect the property and they turn on the light, and I don't know, like, and everything got fixed, and I don't know, like, I have to call one more time, so they're gonna come inspect it. But as soon as I received the $7,900 bill, I called and they said, like, they're gonna extend the, because my permit, it was expired, so they extended for a little bit more. So I'm gonna fix it down. So they were there in 4 days ago. They inspected. There is some couple things it has to be fixed. Which one is going to be done in today, tomorrow? This is no problem. I have to just call and get a final inspection done. But there is I have a like $7,900 bill, which one I pay already $4,500, and whoever is on the title on that property, everybody was receiving $2,000 something bill for the same citations. I don't know, maybe that's why it comes to $7,900, but I paid already $4,529 for the fine. So please, if we can figure out how we can finish with this, so I'd appreciate it, please.
Christine, I'm showing $10,136.15 owed. He's saying he paid around $4,500. Do you have any update on that?
I don't have an update on that from here, no.
Well,
when did you pay that amount?
The 4,000 something?
Recently?
No.
Okay. So right now you're showing on your tax roll that's going to go to the tax roll if we don't waive this is $10,136.15.
The 10,000 something is coming for today if I was not going to show up, so I'm here right now. I don't know. But I would like to finish with this situation, whatever is you guys figure out and tell me.
Okay.
So
right now
I paid November 23rd, $4,529, and after that, maybe I didn't finish the inspection.
So that probably wasn't the fine. Maybe that was building permits and
extra, and now it's $7,900.
All right, I think we have enough information to make a ruling on it. I appreciate your time. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would have any additional information to any items that are on that tax roll item? I see nobody coming forth. We're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to city council debate. We have 3 items that have been presented to us, and no one else has showed up for any of the other items. It's up to you guys. You tell me. I'm willing to waive them. The Via Domingo and the Scenic, and then put some stipulations on Rio del Sol. But it's open to you guys. Any comments, questions? Yes.
So what happens, we've been through these quite a few times, if somebody is willing to actually fix the property and we're not hearing from staff that this is just a big, I think we've disagreed with them once and it came back to bite us, that the person just said, oh great, I got more time. You got a car, that seems pretty easy to deal with. The other one seems to me they're working on it. So I would like, if these come back to us, they need to be flagged, like, hey, this person told you they're going to do something and they didn't do it. I don't have a problem waiving the fees and, giving the exoneration on these things as long as it gets corrected. That's our goal here, I think.
Yes, I'll make a motion to waive the fees on 69-133 Via Domingo as long as you comply before August 1st. So that gives you a little less than 30 days. Waive the fees on 63-635 in good faith that they are moving towards compliance on that with no stipulations. And then 66-856 Rio del Sol, we'll waive the fees for now with every 60 days code enforcement will at least 60 days. If it doesn't sooner, we'll be doing a inspection to make sure you're in compliance. And if it ends up back here next year, there will be no relief from me personally. I can't speak for the others.
I'll second that.
Motion by myself. I think Mr. Betts got in first on the second. Is there any further discussion? Oh, we do have it moving now. Here it goes. I compass this back. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to move. Is there anyone? No one was here for item 7. We finished item 8. Item 9 is professional services agreement for cannabis compliance solutions. Is anybody here for that item? I see no one's here for that item. We'll skip over that item for now. And we're going to move to item number 10, the third amendment to service providers agreement for Mizrahi Senior Center. Anyone here for that item? For Mizrahi? Okay, we'll take that item. Third amendment to the service provider agreement with Mizrahi Senior Center for the Senior Center Facility Operations Management Services and Programs for Desert Hot Springs Senior Center. Ms. Cernick.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The Mizrahi Senior Center currently provides facility operation management services and programs at the Desert Hot Springs Senior Center. The Senior Center also provides senior nutrition services as well as a variety of programs and services that address the mental, physical, social, and recreational needs of the senior community. The programs and services provided include social recreational, health education and services, nutrition, exercise, and referral programs. The programs are tailored to the needs of the seniors utilizing the center and/or living in the community surrounding the center. Mizrahi Senior Center has used its vast experience and resources to provide senior programs that improve the quality of life of our senior community. Additionally, the on-site Senior Center Director, under the supervision of Mizrahi's Executive Director, designed, develop, and implements a schedule of programs that will continue to transform the Desert Hot Springs Senior Center into a community focal point for seniors. The programs and services are designed to increase physical activity, reduce isolation, as well as provide social and recreational opportunities to low-income seniors who may not have any other opportunity to engage with their community. The Desert Hot Springs Senior Center also operates as a senior cooling center for a period of approximately 13 weeks during the summer months. And since the Carl May Community Center tenant improvements are now complete, the new space will allow for enhanced programs and activities. Due to the increased space and future goals of the center, this will require hiring 2 additional staff members. So staff recommends council to authorize the city manager to execute a third amendment to the service provider agreement with Mizra Senior Center to provide facility operation management services and programs at the Desert Hot Springs Senior Center in the amount of $225,506 commencing July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, with an option to extend up to 2 additional 1-year terms thereafter. I do have Frank Castro here in the audience today. If you have questions, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please come forth.
Hello, good evening.
Do we have, before we ask any questions, do we have anybody in the public that would like to make comments? I see nobody coming forth. Is there any questions for the Mizra Senior Center before we move on this item?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that, and I have a comment.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table.
I'm happy with the budget as to how it's going along, and also I had suggested to Francisco that possibly Office on Aging may be able to help with the 2 positions, so that may save some money, and so he's investigating that.
Do I have any other comments?
Just a quick comment. Were you able to get that door fixed?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, Ms. Pai, you want to second it on the screen? If I have no further comments, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. You
Thank
can take
you.
the rest of the night off.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, I'm not even going to ask about item number 11. I know there's a few people here for that one, so I'm going to open that item up. Item number 11 is the Cannabis Industry Analysis Report and Recommendations. It's going to be given by our City Manager, Doria Wilms.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We'll just start right into the staff report. How's that? I know everyone's anticipating that. So as the first city to allow for legal cultivation, manufacturing, and sale of cannabis, actually, let me wait for my presentation to pop up. Okay. So as the first city to allow for the legal cultivation, manufacturing, and sale of cannabis, Desert Hot Springs experienced a surge of industry-related development. Being one of just a few California cities to initially embrace cannabis, Desert Hot Springs was able to capture a significant amount of the state's first phase of growth. While the initial demand for cannabis-related development in the city was strong, the industry has experienced a lag in growth. Subsequent to our city pioneering the industry, many other California cities have embraced cannabis with tax structures that are more economically favorable. In addition to taxes, factors such as security costs, a significant drop in wholesale flower prices, the illicit market, and more are placing added financial burden on operators. These challenges are not unique to Desert Hot Springs. In fact, the state of California has suspended its cultivation tax in 2022 as a result of the strained market conditions. So over the last year, staff has met with several local cultivators who have voiced concerns over their ability to continue operations under the current conditions. In an effort to address these concerns, staff is recommending the following modifications to the cannabis tax structure and cannabis ordinances. 1, we're recommending that we permanently modify the definition of cultivation space for the purpose of tax collection to encompass canopy space versus the city's current methodology of taxing the full square footage of space utilized in connection with the cultivation process. 2, we're recommending to permanently reduce the cannabis cultivation tax rate from $10.20 per square feet of space utilized in connection with the cultivation process to $7.50 per square foot of canopy space. Third, we're recommending to align the city's security requirements to mirror state law for cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution facilities. And finally, we're recommending to allow for a 6-month ramp-up period for new businesses to phase in canopy space for the purpose of collecting tax liability as new rooms are brought online within the facility. So we're going to start with the definition of cultivation space. I'm going to kind of outline a justification for each of these recommendations. So the current definition of space for the purpose of calculating cannabis taxes is overly broad and encompasses areas that are not commonly encompassed in other jurisdictions. I am not going to read this verbatim, but essentially the way that our current definition of a space is referenced, we are literally taxing basically all areas of the building with the exception of offices and bathrooms. Some hallways are not calculated, but there are some hallways that are calculated if there's shelving in there that contain products that are utilized in the cultivation process. So as I mentioned, staff is recommending modifying the definition of cultivation space for the purposes of tax collection to just canopy square footage. This would result in an overall reduction of 68,703 square feet of taxable cannabis square footage annually. In case anybody is unclear, basically what we're recommending is just the trays or the, I don't know the official word, but the racks that the canopy is at, or the cultivation is actually being grown on. You guys are going to see this chart quite often throughout this presentation. These are real operators in our city, 1 through 29, that are conducting cultivation in our city. For confidentiality's sake, we're not sharing the company name. But you will see what the ramification of this change would be for each individual operator. So for operator number 1, they're currently being taxed at 31,577 square feet. If we just go to canopy only, they will have a they will have 29,241 taxable square feet, and so 2,336 square feet they will not have to pay taxes on. And you can see what those numbers look like all the way down for each unique operator in our city. The next recommendation centers around the cannabis cultivation taxes. So in April of 2023, City Council temporarily reduced the cannabis cultivation tax 50% for the current tax period. This resulted in a one-time revenue loss to the city of $2,335,784. That has since expired. Staff is now recommending permanently reducing the cannabis tax rate from $10.20 per square foot on all space to $7.50 per square foot for canopy square footage. If adopted, the average operator would realize on average a 40% reduction in cannabis taxes per fiscal year. This change would result in an annual revenue loss of $1,762,872 in cannabis taxes to the city. Again, showing what the actual impact would be on each unique operator in our city. I'm going to pick on operator 1 again because they're the one at the top. But in this particular scenario, by changing the methodology of how we tax and the actual tax amount, operator 1 would realize a tax reduction of $102,777.90. The next recommendation centers around security requirements. So currently, standalone cannabis cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution operators in the city are paying a minimum of $275,000 annually to comply with the city's cannabis security requirements. Operators in a cannabis business park pay a proportional rate towards security for the business park that averages approximately $32,352 annually. Staff is recommending the City Council align the city's security requirements for cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution facilities to mirror state law. This modification would result in significant overall savings to the industry that, when combined with the recommended changes to the cannabis tax methodology and tax rates, would result in an overall $5.6 million reduction to the industry here locally as a whole. Again, looking at this chart, for operator 1 in particular, you can see that if we combine the total cannabis tax reduction that this operator would realize going to canopy square footage at $750 a square foot With the $275,000, they would no longer need to comply with the security requirements. That would result in an overall savings of $377,777. Right below that operator, you'll see an operator that is in a cannabis business park. Their overall savings, combining the tax with the security, would be $43,000. Each unique operator is going to have a different ramification. I do also want to note, because I do think it's important to note this, while we are recommending that we align our security requirements to state law, it doesn't mean that every operator is going to choose to do that. They may choose to keep the current levels, and I think, to be fair, I need to mention that. Finally, we are recommending a 6-month ramp-up period. So currently, operators are responsible for the full tax liability of the square footage from the date of certificate of occupancy. This creates an undue burden in that the industry is responsible for square footage taxes for space that they've yet to produce product in. So staff is recommending a 6-month ramp-up phase for new facilities coming online. This methodology would phase in the tax liability as operators are working through their first growth cycle. So if adopted, the average operator would realize on average a 40% reduction in cannabis taxes per year. This change would result in an annual revenue loss of $1,762,872.30 in cannabis taxes to the city. That concludes my staff report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
So we're going to do this similar to a public hearing. We'll let council ask any questions to staff that they might have before I take public comments. Does anyone from the council have direct questions on this report to our staff?
I just had to say it's really detailed and really puts it out there that the city's taking a big hit, so thank you.
I don't see anybody raising their hand. The queue is back in order, so you guys can use that as you move along here. I'm going to open it up to public comments, and I do have one request for an individual to speak first. Scott, and I always mess up your last name. You want to speak first from CV Can. I am going to ask that the clerk put a 2-minute timer up. I know we allow 3 minutes usually. I'm going to allow you, I know some of you prepared 3-minute comments. You're going to see the 2-minute timer go off. Please try to ramp down the time, because I'm assuming if I ask for raised hands here, I'm going to have about 20 people who want to speak. So we want to give everybody the opportunity to be able to speak and not get lost as they get as we get going. So Scott, it's all yours.
Very good. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Team DHS, good evening. Hope you all had a nice holiday. I'm going to speak somewhat quickly. Scott Russick, CV Can. We have written a letter, which hopefully you have all have seen. I'm going to quote a couple of parts from it and make my argument as quickly as possible. In connection with the recommendations made in the staff report, CV Can supports the recommendations 1, 3, and 4. The recommendations clearly reflect the council's listening to its constituents and continuing its support of the industry. They represent a thoughtful handling of the implementation of local cannabis tax matters, and they're just, keeping you guys and all of us at the tip of the spear in the cannabis industry. Much appreciated. However, it is clear the cannabis industry remains in a state of serious contraction. The premise is articulated in the staff report for consent calendar agenda item number 17, and I want to, on the tax installment agreement, I want to quote it as quickly as I can. While the initial demand for cannabis-related development in DHS was strong, the industry has recently expressed a lag in growth, and in some cases had a negative impacts on existing businesses. Construction costs significantly decrease in wholesale flower prices, illicit market, and more, placing additional financial burden on operators. These challenges aren't unique to DHS. In fact, the state of California suspended the cannabis cultivation tax in 2022 as a result of the strained market conditions. The financial burden has, for some operators, has proven to be too excessive, and some cannabis businesses have closed. In other cases, they've fallen behind, and that's right out of the staff report. The raise from 510 to 750, the action seems contradictory to the council's own recommendations in the staff report. We're cognizant of operators' inability to keep up with their timely tax payments and have created a mechanism to address the same. If operators are having trouble paying tax at all, why would the council believe the operators will be able to pay the increased tax? Basically, what we're recommending, to keep it short, is that we respectfully request that the council keep the temporary cultivation rate tax at $5.10 per square foot while allowing the industry's contraction to subside, or eliminate the cultivation tax altogether. I did it as quickly as I could. We have 17 letters that I'd like to hand up to the council, if that's okay, from owners and operators who are.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to give them to the city clerk. We also just want to note, we received quite a few today in emails and thank you for your time, Scott.
Thank you.
Anyone that would like to speak on this item can come forth. If you know that speaker is wrapping up, there's a front seat right next to Colleen. She loves to have a guest next to her there. You can be next to speak, so we want to kind of move this along, so I'm figuring there's quite a few speakers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jesse Burstein, and I am the owner of a company named Sani Botanica. We are currently located in North Palm Springs, and I'm going to keep this quick because I know there is quite a bit behind me. We are in Palm Springs, but we are planning an expansion, and DHS is the front runner for where that expansion will take place. We've worked in DHS before, and it's good to see familiar faces. Why I am here in support of the CVCAN recommendation to approve recommendations numbers 1, 3, and 4. And I wanted to raise, with regards to recommendation number 2, the cultivation tax, I just wanted to raise a quick point, which is that the city staff report, which I loved that it was very quantifiable, quantitative. The city staff report did take into account the loss of revenue based on the $10 price coming down to the $7. However, what it didn't do was take into consideration the non-specific cannabis taxes. So as general business operators in the city, obviously that there's a significant amount of revenue, and as with the tax burden that would cause certain companies to go out of business, that or to move out of the jurisdiction, that obviously would would have a substantial effect on the revenue, the non-cannabis specific, but just general business revenue. And in addition to that, with regards to payroll as well as sales tax and everything else. However, in addition to that, a significant portion of the revenue that would be affected is based on utilities, utility usage. As the council knows, there's a substantial revenue that is generated from utility usage, and as you know as well, there's substantial utility usage in cannabis cultivation. Without those businesses, there would be substantial loss there, and so I would like that to be considered as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mark Cohen. I own 2 cannabis warehouses that it's about 75,000 square feet of space. I just lost a tenant. I was informed, I know he owed me over $1 million in back rent. I know that, or I was told he owed substantial amounts of money to the city. So if you have a tax that people can't afford to pay, and respectfully, Mr. Nunez, I understand that the city took a hit, but it seems to me that the city takes a hit almost every year because of these operators who just simply can't pay the tax. They couldn't pay the tax, they couldn't pay my rent, so consequently I had to repossess the property and figure something out. I've also noticed around the town that there are a lot of places that are not being utilized. They've started, they've got the shell, it's not even a warm shell, it's a cold shell, it has no power, because people are afraid to get into this industry. So I believe that the city, just from a business standpoint, would get more revenue if you had more people. Yes, the pie is, you would get it would be cut up in more pieces, but you would have more cultivators who would be paying the taxes, and if the taxes are affordable, then people will pay them. If they're not affordable, they'll put you off, they'll put me off as, in collecting the rent, and then what will happen is we'll just have a big fat mess. And I understand cities need revenue. It's important, streets, services, everything, but if people can't afford to pay the tax, then you're not going to get the revenue, and then I'm not going to get my rent, and it's a spiral. So the more places that could could come here and be part of this community and be part of the tax base, the better for the city, the better for everybody. So I would say keep the taxes as low as possible. If you could get it down to the $5 per foot, that would be great. If you could reduce the 7% energy tax that the SCE charges and the water department charges, that would be helpful too, because the more successful the business becomes, the more businesses will come here, which will increase your base for taxes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Paula Turner with Desert Pacific Properties. I'm the treasurer of CVCAN and on the Desert and was previously on the Desert Hot Springs Cannabis Task Force Committee in 2021. I think the staff has done an amazing job by listening to the cannabis industry. And as you know, I'm so passionate about bringing the cannabis business here to the city of Desert Hot Springs. I support the staff's recommendations on items 1, 3, and 4, but the only thing I don't agree on is, of course, like everyone else, item number 2, lowering the tax from $10.20 a square foot to $7.50 a square foot. The cannabis industry is operating, the cannabis businesses operating Desert Hot Springs are struggling and trying to survive this downturn. They are millions of dollars in debt. Most are behind in their cannabis taxes to the city, and even worse, they can't even afford to pay their electric bills. No electricity, the plants die. On the staff report, it currently shows 462,000 of cannabis space, but only a few of those are actually showing a profit, and the majority are barely hanging on. In just 2 years, 250,000 square feet has gone out of business. On the positive side, we have over 50,000 square feet of turnkey facilities available on the market, and over 100,000 square feet just waiting for their licenses or still under construction and tenant improvements. I'm not against taxes. On the contrary, I want the city to thrive as a community, and I want the cannabis industry to thrive in Desert Hot Springs. However, in order to this to happen, the Desert Hot Springs needs to be competitive and fair with their tax rate and structure. It's not fair for the cannabis industry to pay taxes when they're losing money. How would you feel if you lost $1 million in 1 year and the city told you you still have to pay $250,000 in taxes? I understand the staff is trying to balance the budget. It's been very long ago when the city was in the same position that the cannabis industry is in now. There was no money to pay the bills, and the cannabis industry came to their rescue. The city now has the money in reserves. It's time to return the favor. Give them a break so they can be back on their feet and not close down like so many have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Paul Jacobson. I live in Costa Mesa. I own a building and a cannabis business here in Desert Hot Springs. We opened in 2001. I support the change of the cultivation tax rate calculation from space utilized to canopy space. That sort of adjustment would allow us to fully maximize the use of our entire building without having to worry if the value gained from the newly utilized space is greater than the cost of the new tax that we would incur. As an example, we have an unutilized room in our building. Some days we have extra trimming activity that we could do, but we can't do it in that room because the value of the extra trimming, which would help us get product to market a little bit faster, doesn't outweigh the annual tax that we'd have to pay on those square feet. So to change it to a calculation that's just based on canopy makes a lot of sense and is in line with the state and most jurisdictions. In addition, I'd like to reiterate the thought to encourage the council to consider a reduction of the tax, not just to $7.50, but to $5 per square feet of canopy. To date, my business has incurred a total of $800,000 in cultivation tax since we opened in early 2021, but we have yet to actually turn a profit. And that's primarily due to the decline of the wholesale price of cannabis. Cannabis cultivation for wholesale has become a low-margin business for a greenhouse operation like mine, and considering the prevailing market conditions, we'll be lucky to achieve a gross profit margin of 20% on the pounds we produce this year. based on a $7.50 per square feet of cannabis tax rate, the effective local tax rate on the profit of the business will be 24%. That's higher than the federal rate and the state rate for corporations. Additionally, the amount of money that DHS will receive from our business would be 53% of the amount of net profit left to the business after we pay the federal, state, and local tax. That's a ratio that's just unsustainable. I have some more math, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I'm Larry Lauren, one of the principals of the Microbuttery. Microbuttery has retail, and the fastest growing part of our business is co-packing manufacturing. Although this tax doesn't have anything to do with me directly because we have 900 square feet of cultivation, but everybody we co-pack for brings their items to us and we pack for them. And if they're not thriving, we don't thrive. We've been in business 5 years this coming December. We have yet to make a profit. We are hoping that we're going to make a profit this September. And we're very close because the manufacturing arm of our entity is growing so fast that we've got a niche. If the taxes were lower, we get more customers. And so we're pleading with you to go to that $5 figure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, Andrew Michalski from Candescent. Going to cast a little more gloom and doom, and I'll start with our conclusion. Under the current de jure 1020 tax rate, we close. We're done. Under the proposed 750, I can't say with confidence we survive. Under the current emergency, or the recently expired emergency 510, to borrow a boxing term, we have a puncher's chance. Every dollar of cultivation tax is a dollar we don't spend on our employees or spend on improving our business. The tax abatement was a very wise, sage move. To go from a 510 to a 750 without the commensurate improvement in the market seems a bit nonsensical to me, to be totally blunt. And the last thing I'll say is the industry-wide is in the midst of a huge liquidity crunch. Cash is the lifeblood of this industry, and you don't have to be completely exsanguinated for it to have an adverse outcome on the patient. Every dollar out the door gets us one step closer to the end, and I implore you, please be mindful of that. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is James Nelson, and I am the owner of New Growth Insurance here in Desert Hot Springs. Just a quick bit of history. I came here 3 years ago, but I actually started with CV Can 2017. I've met all of you guys once, twice, or thrice. And I wanted to say, first of all, appreciate the reduction from $25 a square foot on the first 3,000 square feet. That was major and huge. Now we're faced with another reduction question. It's true. Desert Hot Springs was probably, if not the first, one of the first cities to allow cannabis cultivation. You guys saw an opportunity, you took it, and people moved here and brought growth to the city and to themselves. I moved my company here from Northern California 3 years ago, bought a house here locally, and in the last 12 months, we've seen a major reduction in our clients going out of business or reducing their coverage on their insurance policies, and it's down to just bare bones, so which is reducing in premium. In fact, we've seen such a reduction, I've had to let a staff member go from my own company. So it's also a trickle-down effect. The more people you lose in the industry, the less money comes to the city businesses. I mean, people in business here, they spend money here, they live here, and it all adds up. So I'm in support of 1, 3, and 4, and I would request that you consider a $5 across-the-board tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Wendy Cohen, and I am running Bodie Plant Sciences, which was Zenco. We took over that big fat mess. My husband spoke earlier. I wrote you all an email and kind of outlined a lot of things, but I also wanted to bring up the fact that he didn't pay his electric bill. We didn't know he was going to get it shut off. After we'd already populated everything and spent all this money, they shut off our electric. We lost everything. It's fine, we're coming back, we'll plan it again and do it again, but we have to pay taxes on that as well. So just another added thing that we're dealing with, but I just agree with everything that everybody's been talking about, and I just want to introduce myself. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Last call. All right, City Council is going to close the public comments and we'll go to questions of staff and comments. Please put your name in the queue if you want to speak. I'll let the city manager maybe answer any questions that she thought that might not have been clarified that she heard in the comments.
The only thing for informational sake for the council that I think I want to hit on is, we had the initial moratorium, so to speak, where we did the 50% reduction, and that was on the 1020 at full square footage. And so it sounds like what's being advocated is to go to 5 at canopy square footage, and I just want council to know what the ramifications of that would be, just for full disclosure. So if council chose to go in that direction, that would result in a tax reduction, a revenue loss for the city of $2,746,299. So $2,746,299.
I'm not sure if the queue's working. I got nobody in the queue I'd like to call.
And then the other thing, just for the sake of everybody, and I know many of you guys out there, I work a lot with you guys directly. So we really enjoy working with you all in the industry, and we've understood the struggle, and we've tried to work with everybody pretty substantially on that. And so I do want to note that. We see your struggle, we hear your struggle, we are try to be right alongside of you all with that. With that said, I do want to make a couple of notes because I think it's important, again, since this is such a big decision that the council has to make. We have had some businesses go out of business. I will say that majority of those businesses did not go out of business because of our tax structure, because they did not pay taxes here. So the city is owed a little over $3 million in back taxes by the industry. And I know you guys are struggling, but I do think if we're going to have a conversation about this, it needs to be a conversation that's full of details. So there is no doubt that there is struggle in the industry. But to say that people are going out of business just strictly because of the taxes is not a full picture of what is going on here. There's a lot of elements at play, and so a number of the businesses that did go out did not pay 1 penny to the city in cannabis taxes. And so I'll just end on that note, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, I'm going to start with Mr. Gardner. He's the only one in the queue. Try your queue again. I refreshed my screen, so I want to see, make sure it's working. So when it goes to...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Got it.
You know, the definition in politics of whether something is successful or not is if neither side is happy. And, I have to really commend our staff for the creative approach they took to this. And it is not that anybody up here is not sympathetic to the struggles this industry is facing right now. And we directed our staff, and they knocked it out of the park as far as I'm concerned with this proposal, because the reductions in the security costs that you all pay, and doesn't benefit the city really at all, benefits you, but benefits the city, but you're complying with overtly strict requirements that, because we were the first city to do it, we just kind of took stab to the dark, and everybody said, yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense. And as things grew, we realized we didn't need that much security. And, we run this past our police department, and they, in concurrence, that we can reduce the security requirements and not face any increased criminal activity. That will save you a lot of money. Reducing it from total square footage to canopy also is a substantial savings. But the beauty of the compromise is taking it from canopy, or from square footage to canopy, and also making the changes on the security side of things. and you're looking at that spreadsheet, the dollars that you all save are greater than what you are paying in taxes if we went to the full rate that we did have, that the voters approved. Now, I'm not a fan of square footage or canopy, and we've discussed this, and I think a better way of doing taxes on that would be to go to yield. However, we can't do that because the voters specifically approved square footage. So in order to change that, we would have to take it to the voters, which would take, at least a year until we have an election to where that could possibly happen. And that's assuming the voters agreed with that process. So, as much as I would like to do anything, I think this is a fantastic way of getting you guys substantial. I mean, we're not talking nickels and dimes here. You looked at that spreadsheet. Some of those businesses are saving $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. That's money that's not an insignificant amount of money. And at the same time, the city is taking a substantial hit in tax revenue. And that's tax revenue that benefits all of you as well. That's what pays for our police. That's what pays for our fire. That's what pays for the roads your employees come in on. We can't take that big of a hit. You can't take that big of a hit. We have to find a middle ground. And I think this proposal does that and more. And I really want to commend our staff for it. And I'm very much in favor of the proposal as put forth by staff.
Thank you. Mr. Betts?
So I'm looking at these recommendations, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And starting with 1, which is take the cultivation space and define it as canopy space only. And listening to the explanation of, the considerations, the business decisions are being made, whether or not to use a room or not, I know what my ears have been ringing. Somebody's been sitting in their company going, dang, we could be so much more productive if we could just use this space. This is an industry killer. I've said for so long that the industry in California, one day it's going to be legal. Right now it's over-regulated and overtaxed. And I think staff's done a good job on dealing with the over-regulated part. This stuff's been needed for a long time. I don't know why we had to have extra security requirements above and beyond, what the state requires. I'll use this analogy, maybe it's tired, but my wife has a hair salon and it's regulated by the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. We don't have an independent code enforcement department here in our city that goes and also does the same job that the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology does. So I don't understand why, if the state's regulating something, why we need to incur that additional expense for that code, which ultimately puts pressure on being able to reduce the rate. The 6-month ramp up for a new business is good. You've heard about people having a hard time getting started. Crop fails, very difficult to get going. It's a very tough time in business, especially that 6 months. Maybe that should be longer, but 6 months is good. On the rate, I don't see how you go from lowering it from $10.20 to $5 and then now raise it back up. I understand these other things that you're sitting there saying, well, geez, if we give them this, we got that. If we save them that cost, we got that. The bottom line is the tax is what they got to pay. And we should be reducing these regulations already. It should be no more than the $5 that it was lowered to. There's a lot of pencils that are being sharpened in the industry to try and survive. And this city hall is going to have to sharpen its pencil. We don't have an option. You try and hang on to too much tax, you're going to have no industry left. It's just going to go away. And I hear all this talk, all the conversation is about taxes to City Hall. But the number one thing that this industry provides is jobs and economy. And I go to the pizzeria, the pizza shop, and talk to the shopkeeper, and he says to me, Russ, whatever you do, don't let this industry go away, because they come in, they buy heaps of pizza from me, and they keep me going, okay? And the families that has a job and something to look forward to at Christmas is way better than, in their minds, than how much money is flowing into City Hall. I don't know, it was an economic lesson I learned way back when, and I guess you can get on each side of the political fence on this one, but the axiom that I learned was the more money that government takes out of the economy, the less economy there is. And it might be great circulating around in the government circles, but for everybody else, it's like England with the castles and kings got greedy, took too much money, everybody was poor. I don't think there's any chance that you can raise this back up now. That's how I look at it. We provided necessary relief, and I don't see any other way to do this but to just keep trying to do what we can to partner with this industry, keep it alive, keep money coming into the city, which we will have. We're going to have less coming in, but we still have money coming into the city at the present structure. We're just going to figure out how to make things work around here in our budget. I think we can do that. I'm in favor of 1, 3, and 4, and taking item 2 and not raising it back up to 750, but keeping it at 5. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that I think staff did an excellent job with this. I think it's fair, it's reasonable. I couldn't imagine having to cut 2.7 million. You know how many code enforcement officers that we can put on the street for that kind of money, and how many cars we can get off the street lawns and trash in the community. So I'll take the hit at 1.7. I'll keep the recommendation as it is. Thank you.
Ms. Pye, I don't have you in the queue. Did you try?
My point is, I agree with you and you.
So you go back and forth, it's a struggle. It really is. When I became mayor was when the actual cannabis, we had been approved. We had our first operation open in 16. At that time, I was on the city council before that, listening to the industry come to the podium. We spent hours listening to all the comments and how it was important, and charge us whatever you need to. We just want to get under business. We want to get this going, and we'll revisit it later, and which we did. I say we because it was a partnership with the city and organizations within the community to start which was DHS CAN at the time, morphed into CV CAN. And it was a partnership to talk about where the industry was, and at the time the industry started thriving because obviously the cost per pound was very high. And then the industry started to come to us and say there was issues, so we did revisit that. It didn't happen in a time frame that Paula probably would like me to handle it in, but it was something we took a really close look at, and I think people that do know me by now that I do listen, and I try my hardest to try to find solutions where I can. But we don't only represent the industry, we represent the community in whole and what the tax revenues are doing for everyone. So you have to outweigh that. But we did come back to the table and we got rid of the $25 and we lowered it to 10 and some change. I think there was a CPI increase, 10 or something like that. And the industry came back, and that's when what we all thought was going to eventually happen was bubble. And they talk about this bubble bursting, and I think we're at that point where the industry's figuring out who can stay and who can't. I am going to say this, and I'm going to defend our staff, that they've been at the table, they've done a fantastic job, and there's some comments about people their business going under and those things like that. And I'm constantly listening to the meeting notes from our staff having meetings with those. I can tell you that I would say a very high percentage of them, it's bad business and it doesn't have anything to do with our taxes. Now, I don't want that to be taken a different way, because I'm not a person that wants to pay taxes. I've owned my own small businesses. I was in the recession at the time when I owned a small business and ended up having to sell all 3 of my businesses because it just couldn't make it out of the recession and survive. And I made a business that's very thriving today, and they basically worked off of my hard work because I was in a position that I couldn't pay some taxes and other things, and I had to find ways to figure it out and move on. So I don't want to use as an example to make the council feel we have to reduce them because some of these businesses are going out. And there was another comment about there's a bunch of shells out there. There's one shell that I know of that owner built it, stopped building, hasn't built for years, Everything else is in progress. We actually have three new constructions that I know of that are going up right now. Now, does it mean that, I know Paula's shaking her head, so I'm sure she's going to refer to one or two others that she can tell me out there. So, but my point is that there's a lot of good people out there making money and paying their taxes and paying their bills on time and producing revenue for their companies because they're running their businesses correctly. That doesn't downplay the fact that some are struggling, and I would love to be at the table to help them. So with that said, we as a city council went back to our staff and said, I know this could be painful, but find a way to find cuts, find a way to help the industry. And Doria Wilms, who's been our deputy city manager and now interim city manager, found some real significant cuts, 40% on an average if you look at the spreadsheets that were, the charts that are in our packet. And that's a significant reduction. But I understand the industry. You've got to advocate for what you think is fair, and I agree with that. I think that's fair. We did make it very clear when we made the reduction to 510 that was temporary, and we could raise it back up. You can go back and listen to the video of that. We made that very clear that it could go back up. We were going to take a hard look at it. We thought for right now, reduce it for this tax period to 5. We'll see where it's at, why we take a look and see this. Now the staff, in most government timeframes, taking a hard look at something very quickly would last years. Our staff did it in a couple months, so I want to commend them on what they put together. This is a tough one. The city of Desert Hot Springs is approving a budget, had just approved a budget that is going to be very tight for the next 2 years. We have items coming forth that we'll be announcing soon that we're going to most likely have to dig into our reserves. Someone made a comment that the cannabis industry saved the city, and partially that could be correct. There's a lot of revenue that came in from the cannabis industry. They didn't save us at that time, but over time they have helped put money in revenue in our reserves that have been very, very significant, that are now going to be able to allow us, in this case, not to have to cut staff, not to have to cut police officers and firefighters and code enforcement officers and building staff and all the essentials that a lot of people don't see in their community until they need to use those essential people. So it's the balance. What do you do? And there's a strong recommendation to take it to 7.5, keep it there for the time being. It does not mean that if we do vote this way, it does not mean that our door isn't open at any time for any business struggling. Where the help needs to be made, and maybe in your industry, especially CVCAN, who helps advocate for these businesses, is get them in our door quicker than wait until they're $1 million behind. That's unresponsible right there. So if they're having an issue after one tax period, they need to be inside and working a deal. I've seen multiple businesses sit down with us and make deals with our administrative services director and be able to figure out how they're going to pay those back taxes if needed. So I think that's fair. But I don't think it's fair to say someone's going out of business and owes us $1 million just because of us and our tax rates at this time. But I'm sympathetic to both sides. I've got to outweigh that as the mayor of the community and my one of 5 decision makers up here on what is best for our community. And I'm stuck, really am. I want the industry to thrive, and I hear all the arguments out there, but I also want to make sure that we don't deplete our revenues that are going into our budget. But will that, because the question is, if we don't do this, will that not help us in the future? So as a business person, I see both sides of it, and I just got to make that decision. I got more comments coming forth, so I'm going to listen to more comments before I make a final decision. Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just touch on something, and I'm hoping that our city staff might have this on a spreadsheet somewhere. Doria, do you have anything that shows the difference between 510 total square feet now versus 750 canopy only?
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. You want to know what the tax difference would be?
Yeah.
It's $1,762,872 revenue loss to the city.
That's from going from 510 total square foot.
From 1020 total square foot to 750 canopy.
No, what I'm asking is the current temporary reduction at 510.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want the opposite.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. My point is that I believe that the change between 510 and total square footage versus 750 and canopy only is going to be slight, if not minimal. Would that be a mistaken assumption? You get your green eye shade on.
It's about $1 million difference
$1 million difference
to the city.
To the city, but to operators, we don't have it by.
I don't have it by operator.
Operator one, operator two, all of that.
I could get that, but it would take a little more time than I have today.
Yes, but would your assessment, so $1 million spread out over all of our operators?
If you go back to the list that I provided, that spreadsheet that I provided, you can see that if you spread it out amongst the operators, it's a lot easier for them to take the spread than the city to take the spread. And so I'm trying to find my other spreadsheet here really quickly. I got a lot going on here.
So in a sense too, because you said if we go to 510 canopy, it's a $2.7 million loss to the city. So in a sense, we're kind of splitting the baby here.
We are. Let me do a quick calculation.
So while she's doing that, if anybody else.
Yeah, I got Mr. Betts. Hey, Mr. Betts in the queue. We'll come back to Mr. Gardner.
I'm not encouraged the way I see this vote playing out. Got 3 council members, I'm pretty sure, are going to go with the 750, and a mayor toying with the idea of going with 50, but I think leaning towards 750. Like the mayor, I was here when this industry first got going in this town, and man, the dollar signs are just floating through everybody's heads. That was then, that's not now. We need to save this industry. We were too slow all along the way to move as we needed to. Took way too long to get rid of that $25 tax. It should have been done 2 or 3 years earlier than it was. And if we don't act the right way now, we're going to lose this industry completely. There'll be a few that'll stick around, but the money you think you're holding on to isn't going to be there. You know, you think if I just keep this tax rate high, I'll get to keep it. That's not what's going to happen. You'll have that higher amount of a much smaller pie, and it doesn't make good business sense to be doing to raise this tax back up after putting it down to 5. I don't want to belabor this anymore. I think we could probably even just call the vote and move on with this one.
Well, I'll run the meeting. I got it. Got more questions here, so.
I got it. Let me just finish up with my time. I understand you run the meeting, but I understand that I can read the tea leaves up here and suggest that we get to a vote. And that's
You've
what I
made
was
your
doing.
point multiple
Thank you.
times. Thanks, Mr. Betts. Ms. Wilms?
So obviously this is going to vary a little bit, but if I take that $1 million spread, divide it by the 29 operators, it gives us approximately $34,000 in operators. So it would be about a $34,000 difference per operator on average. Obviously you got some big operators, you got some small operators, but that's an average.
So I'm going to get pointed out that my theory was correct, that difference is minimal per operator, but it's a significant hit to the city. So I'll leave it at that.
Point there. I have nobody else in the queue at this point. If someone has any more comments.
And I'll make a motion that we accept staff's recommendations as presented.
I'll second.
Before I vote, I just want to make it clear I'm in favor of 1, 2, and 4. No, 1, 3, and 4. But I'm voting no because we need to go to 5, not raise to 750. So I don't want anybody to misinterpret what my vote is here.
No other comments, please vote.
Excuse me, motion passes with Councilmember Betts and Mayor Mattis opposed.
But with that said, it is 8:15. We'll come back. Sorry, I saw the 8. It's 7:45. We'll come back at 7:55. 10 minutes. If I can get everybody to start moving to their seats, get staff back in their seats, we're going to get started here in less than a minute.
Are you gonna drink that water, Gary?
No, you can go ahead and take it. If I need one, I'll go get one. I've got mine. I can't keep the ice in this.
All right, if I can get everybody back to their seats, we're going to get the meeting started. We're going to call it back to order at this time at 7:55, and we're going to start with item number 12, which is the vacation rental update and recommendations. Ms. Newsom.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is a vacation rental update. Is this off? Technical difficulties, excuse me.
It's off.
Yeah, I know. I can't turn it on. There you go. In July of 2022, the City Council adopted an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Desert Hot Springs Municipal Code regarding short-term vacation rentals, and those amendments included more robust regulations for operational requirements and standard conditions, higher administrative fines for unpermitted vacation rentals, requirements for noise monitoring systems, and strengthened procedures for vacation rental permit suspensions and revocations. Additionally, the City Council authorized the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for after-hours enforcement. At the direction of the City Council, vacation rental enforcement launched. In September of 2022, we hired a code compliance technician to oversee the permitting process and administrative portion of the program. In October of 2022, we hired a code compliance officer to conduct interior inspections and oversee the regulation and enforcement of vacation rentals. And we also established vacation rental permit fees. In November of 2022, we contracted for after-hours enforcement, and in January, we launched Rentalscape, which is a home site permitting software. It also tracks vacation rental listings and bookings. And in February of 2023, we commenced the new program and interior inspections of vacation rentals. Vacation rental permits have increased over the last year. In May of 2022, we had approximately 242 permits. As of June of 2023, we have 415 permits. Of those 242 in May of 2022, almost half of those were unpermitted. Currently, we have reduced the unlicensed properties by almost 40%, with only 45 being currently unlicensed. Moving on to complaint intake during normal business hours, you can file a vacation rental complaint by calling the City Hall, calling non-emergency dispatch, the vacation rental hotline, or submitting a complaint through the city's vacation rental portal. Once you file a complaint during normal business hours, a code compliance officer is dispatched to the location to conduct an inspection. And if that complaint is substantiated, the officer will take appropriate enforcement action, including verbal warnings, courtesy notices of violation, administrative citations, and sometimes revocations. Outside of normal business hours, you can still file a complaint using the same methods by calling non-emergency dispatch, calling the vacation rental hotline, or submitting through the vacation rental webpage. A contract code officer is then dispatched to the location to conduct an inspection, and if the complaint is substantiated, the officer will take appropriate enforcement action against the occupant and/or property owner. If a suspension or revocation is warranted, they will direct that to city staff. Looking at the complaint statistics since September of 2022, we've had a total of 147 complaints. Those are largely noise complaints, with almost 76% of total complaints. The next most complained violation is for trash cans being left out after hours. Of all of the complaints submitted, 92% of those complaints were unfounded. So as you can see in this map, the complaints by neighborhood, there is a very high concentration of complaints in these three neighborhoods. The first one is Sylvanus Drive and Villa Loreto between Buena Vista and Flora Avenue, Brittany Road and Cholla between Flora Avenue and Hacienda Avenue, Rolling Hills and Puesta del Sol Place between Sonora Drive and Little Morongo. We did want to mention that the city is investigating complaints from STVR operators that neighbors and other STVR operators are lodging fraudulent complaints in an effort to sabotage the future of STVRs in the city. It has been reported by quite a few of the STVR operators in those highly concentrated areas that some of these complaints are being lodged even when they don't have occupants at the property, and our officers have substantiated those claims. With respect to enforcement action of vacation rentals, since September, the Code Compliance Division has opened a total of 187 cases. 43 of those are active and 143 of those have been closed. We've issued 48 courtesy notices of violation and 67 administrative citations. That amount to $633,000 in administrative citations. Those are largely for unlicensed vacation rentals, with the second group coming in for noise violations. So the regulation cost currently for staff time to oversee vacation rental regulation is approximately $600,000 for staff time cost. For contract after hours enforcement, it is approximately $155,000 per year, with the vacation rental regulation cost annually coming in at just under $750,000. Since September of 2022, the city has received TOT revenue in the amount of $1.1 million and a total permit fee revenue in approximately $96,000.
Okay, so moving on to the City Council Subcommittee on Housing Accessibility and Affordability. In June of 2023, Mayor Pro Tem Roger Nunez and Councilmember Gary Gardner were named to the Subcommittee on Housing Accessibility and Affordability by Mayor Mattis. The goal of this subcommittee is to make recommendations to the City Council on affordable housing and increasing the city's affordable housing stock, including looking at STVR enforcement and their impact on the city's housing inventory. So the subcommittee has made the following recommendations to the City Council for consideration. The first would be to institute a citywide cap on STVR licenses at 4% of total housing parcels with developed housing units. Currently, there are 9,025 housing parcels in the city that are developed with housing units on them. There are 11,700 housing units in the city. This figure includes single-family residential units and multifamily residential units. Using these figures, instituting an STVR license cap at 4% of total housing parcels with developed units would allow for 361 parcels to hold STVR licenses. There's a little nuance here. I'm going to try to explain it super briefly. You will notice earlier when Christina was speaking, she referenced that we have 415 licenses that have already been issued. That is on 325 parcels, and so many of those parcels have multi-family units on those parcels. So think some of the smaller old boutique hotels have been purchased and now their individual units have individual licenses. So what this cap is referencing is that it would be by parcel, not by unit. So 4% of the housing parcels, that's what the cap would be for. Additionally, they're recommending that new applications, not renewal of existing licenses, for STVR licenses be at least 500 feet measured front door to front door from existing STVRs in the city. They're also recommending to realign regulations on STVRs for noise, trash cans, and parking to the same regulations used for residential properties in the city. And I also want to explain a little bit on this too. One of the things that staff has struggled with in terms of enforcement is the differing regulations that were initially put in place last year when this item first came forward to the City Council. And so we, as was mentioned, there has been an issue, and I do not want to belittle people that have actually had issues with STVR, so I'm going to put that caveat out there because that is happening. There are real issues out there. but there have been issues with fraudulent complaints coming in. And when we dove into those issues, what we were able to see is because there was such a strict expectation that was put forward for STVRs, that it actually opened an opportunity for that to be taken advantage of. And so staff has spent a tremendous amount of time chasing fraudulent calls rather than dealing with the real enforcement measures. It keeps them from the real enforcement measures that need to take place. And so that is why this recommendation is coming forward, to realign to what is the standard for our residential properties, and then it's an even playing field, and then we can enforce across the board equally. Additionally, there's recommendation to modify the occupancy regulations for STVRs to, once again, coincide with what they were prior to the overhaul that took place last summer. So these aren't just random numbers that were selected out. This would just revert back to what the regulations were prior to July of last year when this item first came forward. And this is consistent with what other jurisdictions do. It's best practice 2 individuals per room, including the living room as a room. So 2 in the living room, 2 in each room. Additionally, due to the amount of staff time that's needed to collect TOT and ongoing issues with non-compliant properties advertising on STVR rental platforms, staff is recommending the City Council direct staff to bring back regulations requiring vacation rental platforms to, 1, remit TOT directly to the city, and 2, remove vacation rental advertisements from their platforms for illegal or non-compliant operators when requested to do so by the city. So at this moment, we do not have any teeth whatsoever to go to vacation rental platforms and demand that they take down illegal postings. If we put these regulations into our code, the platforms have to abide by them. So we are making that strong recommendation. Finally, in an effort to alleviate costs, staff is recommending transitioning from contracted after-hours enforcement to in-house staffing. I've identified with staff an in-house staffing approach that would assist in better serving the residents during weekend-focused enforcement. So when we first started this out last year, we hired outside code contract staff to come in on the after-hours enforcement. So what I am recommending is to actually bring somebody in-house as a full-time staff person, modify those hours so it really aligns with the times that we are getting complaints in. We found that when people have ownership of the job, they're here, they take pride in that, they really take pride in making that their own. And so we have a plan to execute that. So with that said, that concludes our staff report, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Similar to the last item, what I'm going to ask council, is there any specific questions that you'd like to ask staff before I open up the public comments?
I just had one for Christina. Can you get an update on unlicensed STVRs? Are they up current on fines? Have they paid everything? Are they still unlicensed?
So for the ones that we showcase that are unpermitted, most of those have already had open code enforcement cases. We couldn't open them all at the same time. Unfortunately, we just don't have the staff to facilitate that. So we are working our way down the list. I will say for the majority of unpermitted properties, it's typically just kind of a misunderstanding. They don't really understand that they also need the permit in addition to the business license. Most of the cases that we have opened up, people have complied, they've obtained their permits, and they've started paying TOT.
I have a question regarding noise. STR being moved over to residential, and what is the difference, or is there a difference?
So there would be a significant difference. So currently, the regulations for short-term vacation rentals state that there can be 0 noise emanating across the property line. And so
Mr. Betts, don't interrupt her, please. That's fine. You can correct her when she's done answering the question to Ms. Pye. Thank you.
So what's happening is we are getting complaints literally of people saying, hey, there's somebody on the cell phone in the backyard. And so it's led to a situation where in some circumstances, that is being taken too far down another road. And so the big difference would be that the noise regulation that is in place for our residents would also apply to short-term vacation guests. So no noise between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. I'm sorry, regular noise between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Anything after that would then fall under our noise ordinance. And Christina can elaborate on that a little bit more if there's additional questions.
First, you said there isn't a difference.
There is a difference. So the current regulations state that there cannot be noise that's emanating across property line for short-term vacation rentals, music or otherwise. And so that is in place for short-term vacation rentals. For our regular property owners enjoying their backyard, that would not constitute a noise violation. That is not the case for short-term vacation rentals.
Then why put the two together?
So what I'm recommending is that we have one noise ordinance that applies to all properties in the city, short-term vacation rentals and our regular residential properties. Right now, there's two.
But there still will be, I'm sorry,
I might be able to clarify it for you. So currently in the noise ordinance, or just standard noise ordinance, there needs to be factors to determine whether a violation occurs. Those things can be things like the nature of the noise, the volume of the noise, the intensity, the duration of the noise. There are additional operating requirements in the short-term vacation rental regulations that say that no outdoor noise, no amplifying reproductive sound can exist, period. So it is different. The regulations are different in the STVR regulations than they are in the existing noise ordinance. What we are asking is that we eliminate the regulation regarding noise in STVR and simply defer to our regular noise ordinance for a noise violation.
So then it won't be a difference.
Correct. We will still regulate noise.
There's a difference now, but there will not be a difference if you were to accept the recommendation.
Okay, and it would be the same citation? Okay.
Yes, and I should note, because I didn't note this earlier, the caveat to that is that short-term vacation rentals would still be required to have noise monitors on site that would alert the property owner in the event that guests were getting loud. So there's still that precautionary measure in place. However, an actual violation would not kick in until it is a violation of our noise ordinance that would apply to all properties in the city.
I have two questions, and then I've got Mr. Betts in the queue. Piggybacking off the noise, I had a concerned citizen call me today and talk about decibels. Is that the decibels that goes to the property owner at a certain decibel, or is those meters read and any noise goes to the property owners for them to turn it down, or do we have a decibel amount?
We do not measure by decibels, but I can see how there could be a little confusion to that because this was also raised by another council member to me, and so I dove into our ordinances. We do have an antiquated ordinance in Chapter 17, which I'm sure Travis will be bringing forward to you all at some point, referencing development standards for housing developments that does still reference decibels. That is not how we measure noise whatsoever. So about 2 years ago, we brought forth an item to the city council. That entire section was modified. We didn't do decibels back then either, but that entire section was modified to what Christina was describing with respect to the factors.
So that's correct. With respect to the noise monitoring system, we do require that any noise which is more than 70 decibel, because obviously that's the way that the noise monitoring system is going to determine what's loud, anything that goes above that, send an alert to the property owner. It is meant for the property owner to respond to the noise monitoring system so that staff does not need to go out.
Could we amend that portion of it to make it even, Let's say if we wanted to go to 50 decibels to alert the property owners.
So 70 is kind of right where it becomes a nuisance. We could change it so that they're the first point of contact for the alert.
But we, as a city, are not going to monitor decibels.
No, we are not going to monitor their
Could you go through that
systems
list again
whatsoever.
of what you're monitoring when it comes to noise? How you monitor that? Let's say you show up, there's something
Yes.
going on in the backyard, you're going to stand in the front yard and you're going to listen for?
You're discussing with respect to our noise ordinance.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So the factors that we use to determine is the volume, the level, the intensity of the noise, whether the nature of the noise is unusual, whether the origin of the noise is natural or unnatural, the proximity of the noise to residential or commercial sleeping areas, the density of the area which the noise emanates, the time and day of the noise, the duration of the noise, whether it's constant, reoccurrent, or intermittent, and the number of persons affected by the noise. We also take into account whether or not it's produced by commercial or non-commercial activity.
Okay. And then my other question was, what's the fine when you find an illegal operation?
It's $5,000. It's a $5,000 administrative fine.
And that's immediately put on their location once you find out they're illegal. You don't give them an option to come in and pay any back. Well, there's no way you could monitor back TOT, right?
Well, yes, we can,
Oh, okay.
and we do, and so we request that the operator pay at least 12 months retroactive TOT and also obtain a business license and a vacation rental permit.
And then you'll waive the 5,000
Yes.
if they comply. Is there a certain period of time?
We usually give them 30 days to either reach out and start the process. If they don't reach out in that 30 days, we issue one more citation, and essentially they become ineligible for that permit.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have for right now. Mr. Betts?
So I pulled this off the city website, still there. Is this still accurate?
I imagine it is.
Okay, so it says, no outdoor music, this is they call this the short-term vacation rental brochure. It says, no outdoor music, radios, musical instruments, or other devices that produce or reproduce sound shall be allowed to be used outdoors at any time. Vacation rental properties are monitored by noise monitoring systems. And then when I look at what we went through in the ordinance, we had no amplified sound, music, radio, instruments at any time. There's nothing in here. Where did you find anywhere in here that said somebody talking on their phone is a violation of any rules we place? Gary Gardner and I sat on this committee together, and we said, look, incidental noise of people talking and splashing in a pool isn't a problem. I don't remember anywhere that we said, or that anybody has the expectation that no noise is a problem. But somebody playing their, I don't want to get into a big conversation here because I'm sure the public wants to speak, but I'm just going to, I have to correct the record, as it's not no noise. It was all focused on amplified music and sound.
So
And that be coming from a cell phone or otherwise.
There's one additional regulation that says that no use of outdoor amenities and/or outdoor games or any outdoor activities that create noise between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Right, so what you're saying then is at 10%, at 10 p.m., hey, you're next door to somebody, you got to tone it down at 10 p.m. That'd be like the same as maybe a hotel would say, hey, you know what, it's 10 p.m., time to get quiet here because people in the rooms want to sleep, right?
So what we were saying is that the majority of the complaints that come in, we believe that these two regulations are being misconstrued by the public, because when we go out to the actual complaint, we are finding that we cannot hear any noise.
Is that from the street or
front
from
line of the
standing in their
property.
backyard?
We actually go up to the door and knock and make contact.
No, is it like in the backyard? Can you hear it?
So we don't go inside the property because we would need consent
No, but if
to
somebody
do that.
calls a complaint and says, hi, come, walk into the backyard and listen to this.
Mhm.
Have you done that?
So again, we don't have consent to go into
No, if the person
backyard.
who's complaining says, hi, glad you're here.
Yeah.
Please walk into my backyard and listen to what I'm hearing coming across the fence.
The majority of all complaints are anonymous, and obviously people want to remain anonymous.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this
Okay,
is a debate of the, hold on, Mr. Betts. First of all, you're going to get your time to speak, and we know it's very passionate. Our staff has given a report based on facts. If you don't believe them, that's fine with you. That's fine. That's your opinion. You may make those opinions during your 3 minutes on the dais, but you are not going to interrupt our staff while they're making comments. Please allow them to do so. Thank you.
May I continue?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So the only other thing is in the staff report, you're talking about, you've got here the occupancy, and you want to increase the number of people that can stay in there. We put it back down to a level that comported with like cities like Murrieta that use a strict rule of number of bedrooms, 2 guests per bedroom, that's it. You go look at Murrieta and most every other city, that's the standard they used. And when we looked at this one, we said, wow, that's a lot. Now you've put back in here in the staff report what it's going to, but you didn't put in the staff report where it's going from. Is there a reason why you left out that information?
I was putting forth the recommendation from the subcommittee
Okay.
that was suggesting that get modified to essentially what it was previous to last summer.
Okay.
And that was consistent with other valley cities.
I'll probably have more questions or whatever, but I think probably the public would like to hear, would like to have their say, I'm sure, on both sides of this issue, and I'll wait.
And before we do that, I want to give the subcommittee an opportunity to say anything, and then we're going to go to public comment. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Nunez.
Yeah, thank you, and you were right. The public perception out there, where it came from, I don't know, is that there can be no noise at all, and that's incorrect, and we're chasing our tails doing some of those things. The other thing I want to remind everybody here, including all of us here on the dais as well as the audience, is that the steps on this particular piece, these recommendations came from the subcommittee and working with staff, but these, if we move forward on this tonight, that still isn't locking anything in. What we're doing is the recommendation is to have staff actually draft these as ordinance language, which will then come back to us September, October, when we return after the summer break and they have had a chance to draft these. So as we're debating this, as we're discussing this, as you're making your point, a lot of that will be taken into consideration as staff and the subcommittee actually draft ordinance language on this. So if we move forward with this tonight, that doesn't lock it into stone. That merely makes the recommendations for staff to put it into the proper language, to bring back to us for yet another debate and another chance for all of you to make make suggestions, changes, recommendations, make your opinions known. So there isn't a need to belabor this anymore, other than that is the process moving forward, is that this will merely be a recommendation to staff to start drafting actual language.
Mr. Nunez, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can say when me and Councilman Gary Gardner met, we went back and forth, and I can be really honest with you. I deal with short-term rentals in my neighborhood, and it hasn't been easy. And looking at this and coming to a compromise, and I wanted to say I was a little bullheaded about some of the recommendations. So after talking with staff and meeting with staff to say, hey, this is, what's fair and what other cities are doing. I can't see ourselves comparing ourselves to Palm Springs. I don't want to. We can't compare ourselves to Murrieta or Temecula. We have to see what's good for our city. And I wanted to make sure that this document's here tonight. That way I can get the input from the residents, and I can get the input from the council members to say this is, the direction we want to go. I think the noise situation is going to be a topic that I think we can come to a compromise in, and that's why me and Councilman Gary Gardner went back and forth with the noise ordinance. But I think with this dais up here tonight, we can make a decision. Again, this is going to be temporarily, and this is a document that can be changed later on. We can come back and review it in 6 months. We can come back and review it next year, but this is a document that can be changed. More importantly, it's a foundation for our residents and short-term rental owners to abide by. So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to get to public comments now. This is an opportunity for you to speak in front of the city council. We request that you use decorum when you do so and make your facts or make your point and say what you need to say under the 3 minutes. Please, the timer will be up on the board. Once you begin your comments, the city clerk will start your time. There is no order on how you can come up and speak, so whoever would like to start first, you may do so. Please state your name.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andre Richard. I live in Rancho del Oro, and I consider myself and my wife and my neighbors a victim of these hotels. I'm sorry, I have to say hotels. I was here in a past meetings and raised my concerns. Unfortunately, I work a lot. I cannot be as often here as I have to call the police on these hotels. I stated my issues last time. There is always noise, often beyond 10 p.m., and also until 3 a.m. in the morning. I had foreign objects in my yard. Cars are up and down the road parked. And Mr. Madas, you said, if there are issues arising, we probably have to reconsider regulation. I really have to see that happening because it gets out of hand. In the meantime, there was no code enforcement on the weekend available, as it was said in the past. There's going to be emergency number. I called them, the number, nobody picks up. Now I get to hear this company was actually fired by the city. There is noise leaving all the time properties, but where's the noise monitoring? If we want to make a law enforcement, the monitoring should be available to the city. It doesn't make sense if the monitoring device is only between the guest and the owner. How you want to enforce it? That would make sense. Then you actually get the alarm as the person who actually enforces it. This is my opinion on it. The police, when I called the police, I said to the police, even to this police officer tonight out here, do you guys actually know there's supposed to be a higher standard for these hotels? Both officers say, no, I'm not even aware, I just here do my job. So not even the police knows about the difference. The city has no code enforcement on the weekend available. I feel I'm alone with the issue. And my neighborhood, I need a neighbor I can trust, I can know who is here, protect my house when I'm in vacation. Now my neighborhood turns into a hotel zone. And they buy all these empty houses. Houses becomes unaffordable because these people are investors. They have a lot of money. And where we are, I don't feel at home anymore. And I had so many issues. It's mind-blowing. And ladies, I have to tell you,
Mr. Andre, you have to address the city council, not the staff.
If you want to make a difference, say because there was unfounded complaints or no evidence, or we walk up, the rules were so tight we couldn't really prove there was a legit concern, then your system isn't right. But don't loosen it up and make it comparable to any other resident, because I tell you what's happening, it's going to get worse. These people come here because it's nice, it's hot, it's an attractive house with a pool, and they party and get drunk. This is the reality. Me, here, I work like everybody else. I make a party once per year. The neighbor does it once per year. And we tolerate that because it's once per year. If you keep the same standard for them,
that's your 3 minutes.
Then it's going to get worse. Okay. And I have so many more to say. Maybe somebody else give me the 3 minutes.
No, we don't do that. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Greg Morales. My partner and I moved into the newer DHS 41 tract of homes that are just south of Pearson by the high school. I have something prepared that I'm just going to kind of read through here because it'll be easier for me. Today I stand here before you to address a pressing concern that affects the very fabric of our community, the proliferation of vacation rentals. These accommodations, while providing short-term comfort for visitors, pose significant challenges for our neighborhoods and contribute to our housing crisis. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the issue of noise complaints. First of all, I just find it like a huge slap in the face, showing a percentage of 92% that these complaints are unfounded. I mean, just the fact alone that they admit that they don't even go in or even ask the people that make the complaints if they can go into their property to see what they're actually hearing. We work from home, and Tuesday and Wednesday when there's a party at the vacation rental next door and it's 11 o'clock in the morning, we have to call to complain, and then we get told that it's unfounding. It is a huge slap in the face to us while we're trying to work. The other thing, Past that. Sorry, I lost my place here. Another issue is the strain on our city's infrastructure. The high occupancy rates associated with these accommodations can overwhelm parking availability and burden waste management systems, which diminish the convenience and quality of life for those who call the city home. But the main impacts, I believe, vacation rentals extend is beyond inconveniences. It exacerbates our housing crisis. And we've heard people talk about the issue of homelessness and the unhoused in our community. As long as short-term residence properties are converted into short-term rentals, our housing stock diminishes, leaving fewer options for individuals and families seeking permanent housing solutions. This scarcity drives up costs. It deepens deepening affordability challenges for our residents. I do understand that you are trying to address some of these issues. I think it's imperative that we implement stricter regulations of permitting requirements for vacation rentals and establish noise limits, not make them the same as everybody who actually lives here. We need to strengthen enforcement mechanisms. For instance, the fact that only the owner is the one that gets notifications when there's a noise complaint, and then they decide not to act on it. We then call noise enforcement and then are told that our complaint is unfounded by the time they actually even choose to get there. I think we should consider also zoning restrictions, preventing the concentration of vacation rentals in residential neighborhoods, preserving the character and tranquility of our communities. We must encourage the promotion of affordable housing initiatives and incentivize property owners to convert vacation rentals back into long-term residential units. I think by taking these measurements, it strikes a balance to allow responsible vacation rentals while safeguarding the interests of our permanent residents. And that's my time.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for reviewing the short-term rental program. My name is Andrew Roth. I do rent my house out as a vacation rental, and when I have tenants, I always do so responsibly. I support revisiting the program as an opportunity for more consistent and cost-effective enforcement. There's a few things I'd like to make sure we consider. First, the staff report shows that vacation rentals generated $1.2 million in revenue for the city in less than a year. That's almost 5% of the city budget, when other sources of revenue may be declining. But some of the expenses were high for the enforcement and code staff. I completely agree with Interim City Manager Wilms that code enforcement could be more efficient because there are properties that are not vacation rentals with code violations that could use some attention. And I agree that bad actors should be enforced upon, but noise is noise. Why would we need two different rules for people who own property versus people who are renting property? Next, on the idea that 92% of complaints were unfounded, frivolous complaints are a problem. I don't get it personally why someone would want to stir up drama with a frivolous complaint if the goal is to have friendly neighborhood, peaceful neighborhoods, but it is happening. And there needs to be some consideration on how to deal with it in the same way that we wouldn't tolerate fake 911 calls. On the 500-foot buffer and 4% cap, that sounds like a reasonable thing to try to protect neighborhoods from getting too many short-term rentals. But please consider that some of the permits represent full-time DHS residents that are only renting out a few weekends here and there, and it would not be fair or accurate to consider them as a full-time vacation rental and deny them a permit because of a full-time rental elsewhere. Perhaps there could be a carve-out in the cap or the buffer for local occasional renters to participate in the economic benefit. I have not gotten a fine. I did get a warning because my trash cans were in the wrong spot on the side of the driveway. So I really appreciate that I was contacted, code enforcement was there, and they gave me a warning and I was able to resolve it. And I just think we're still going through some growing pains here. So I really think that having some grace and the ability to fix things on a warning is really valuable. So thank you, code enforcement, for that. Lastly, vacation rentals have taken a lot of airtime and the city has other important issues. I've had 2 car break-ins in my neighborhood lately, not to mention all the other issues we've talked about tonight. As we move forward, I hope that some of the money and energy can be directed to other efforts to benefit the city. And if anyone wants to talk more about how noise monitors work and actually talk to operators, I'd love to participate in that for more than 3 minutes at a time because there's some additional information there. Thank you for being responsive and allowing us to participate.
Thank you, Andrew. Next speaker, please.
My name is Stephen Kilcullen. I'm a resident of Desert Hot Springs for more than 25 years. I agree with the gentleman, the first two gentlemen, that vacation rentals are an issue in the city. I don't want to live next door to one. Most people do not want to. I yield the remainder of my 3 minutes to Mr. Richards.
Anyone else would like to speak at this time? I'm not allowing.
This is still my 3 minutes.
That's not how it works.
It should work like that. It does
Okay.
work
I'm
like
not
that.
asking you if it should or shouldn't. I'm just letting you know it doesn't work that way.
Now,
Thank you,
I'd like to hear
Stephen.
from the remainder
Then
of the
you
city
may
council
speak.
members.
You may speak the rest of your 2 minutes.
I had a 3-minute balance, and the remainder of my minutes should go to this person to speak. He had more to state.
This isn't the United States Congress. This is the City of Desert Hot Springs, and the mayor gets that choice. I'm not going to do that at this point. So if you want to continue your 2 minutes, you may.
I would like to know where that choice is represented in writing.
Okay, I'm not going to sit here and debate this with you, so I've made my ruling.
Anybody else on the city council? Where is that? Where would that be
Mr.
addressed?
Stephen, please sit down, or I'll have to stop the meeting for now.
He's got a list. Get his list from him.
All right, next speaker, please.
I have it written up clear. Maybe you start over.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry.
Okay, we're going to readdress this.
Okay, is this on? Okay, I'm Mary Kate Stover, and I'm a resident, homeowner, and taxpayer here in Desert Hot Springs. I want to say a couple of things about the short-term rentals. First of all, I live very close to DHS 41, and of those 41 units, 27 units are listed as short-term vacation rentals. Those are the 27 units that were sold. I think there's 3 units that are being lived in full-time. It's pretty much about at 85% of new housing is being purchased as short-term vacation rentals, taking those properties away from potential affordable housing or long-term housing for our residents. Additionally, a lot of these housing units are being purchased by corporate entities like hotel chains, etc. They're buying up the housing stock as quickly as they can, paying cash where other people cannot compete with that kind of purchasing power. Even here in Desert Hot Springs, we have a corporation that is managing, I think, 80 properties here in Desert Hot Springs. So that is no longer a family business. It's no longer a way for an individual to make a buck. It's a corporation, it's a hotel. I think that, right now, there's double the amount of short-term vacation rentals listed than there are houses for sale on Zillow, which is a leading indicator of a decline in the market. Right now, short-term vacation rentals are going down precipitously in neighboring communities in the desert, and it's something that we here need to be aware of in the future. I think it would be wise for us to limit the number of short-term vacation rentals per host, as opposed to allowing these corporations to come in and purchase all of these units in bulk. I think we also need a vacancy tax to disincentivize sitting on vacant properties and holding them until the prices have gone up so high that nobody can afford a home. Additionally, increasing the occupancy of a short-term vacation rental does not mean an increase in the TOTs, the taxes. The price does not go up if you're increasing the number of people in the unit. The only thing that goes up is the anger of the next-door neighbors who are having to deal with the noise. Anyway, my time is up, but thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to speak in public comments?
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Amber Duff, and tonight I am not here in my official capacity as the Director of Mission Springs Water District, but as a resident, homeowner, taxpayer, and voter. Thank you for bringing this back to the public for discussion. It's been a broken program that has desperately needed fixing. After reviewing the staff's report, I have a few questions and concerns that I want to bring to your attention. I now understand differently after the explanation of parcels from the manager that it's parcels, not units. But in my tract, I'm already at 17%. So these grandfathered properties, these rules aren't going to fix for me. And by increasing the capacity and allowing them to have the privileges of residential noise levels and the rights and privileges of a resident when they are not, does not help me either. But going back to my question, if we have 415 licensed STVRs and 360 will be the total if you rule on the 4%, will that then will that mean no more applications will be accepted or approved? And if those properties sell, will the license be removed from the property and a new owner would have to go through that process all over again? Then also, moving on to the next issue, sorry, all of these licensed properties renewed or obtained prior to February of 2023 were not as inspected as code required, and as tonight's staff report indicates. None of these city licensed sanctioned businesses were properly inspected to ensure not only the safety of the neighboring residents, but the guests and their children. A recent tragic drowning of a 3-year-old is evidence of the importance of the city's duty to enforce and inspect these properties, these businesses, just as the health department inspects restaurants. This city has a duty to protect its residents, visitors, and collecting your TOTs does not come free. In addition to the noise complaint issues, I've spoken to 3 STVR owners just yesterday, and they have never received any notification from the city that the rules had changed, that they had further requirements. The Good Neighbor brochure was never updated. There's no contracts being required by the guests acknowledging the rules. There's advertising that is still illegal, advertising over capacity, large groups, great house for entertaining pool parties and outdoor kitchens, bring your friends. The listings don't show the front of the house. They don't list the parking or noise limitations as currently listed. And this just names a few. None of these have been enforced, and they are all required under your code. To top it all off, we went through at least 4 non-working hotlines, 3 different online reporting applications, which I now can't find on the website for STVRs. I find an online reporting for other code violations, but the one that was there for STVRs is gone. And then, as a result, the fines and enforcement procedures laid out haven't been followed. So please look to that before you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Al. I, unlike a lot of the residents here, I've only been here a little while, but already I can know that this is a problem. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions to clarify. The data you put in the presentation, the 92% unfounded cases, am I correct? Did I hear that the company that performed those was fired by the city?
We can't answer questions back and forth. You can ask a question and we'll get that answered afterwards.
Okay, so we're using data from a company that was fired by the city, presumably for not doing the job that we hired them to do. So to sit here, I agree, to say that 92% of claims are unsubstantiated, why would our neighbors be wasting their time? Nobody hates short-term vacation rentals. They hate these short-term vacation rental renters who are coming in, being allowed, having 18, 20 people at a house with 3 bedrooms. They're tired of being on a phone call for work at 11 a.m. and having a pool party next door on a Tuesday. And then having someone come, well, calling or trying to file a complaint, not being able to because systems aren't working, not knowing when code enforcement is going to come out. This seems like less of a I just, it feels very like, let's point all the fingers at the bitter, angry residents who truly are just trying to work, pay their bills, enjoy their home, enjoy their neighborhood. I don't think people are filing false complaints. I think you got scammed by this company. And I think you should really look into putting some real effort into code enforcement. I'm sorry, I don't really have notes planned out for this, but, you know, to say, like, you know, obviously you're moving now your enforcement to in-house staffing. I mean, how's that gonna work? You couldn't even get it to work when you were hiring a company to do it. So are you gonna have, and did anyone from City Hall review the reports that this company put together? Have they been audited for accuracy? I just think it's disrespect to all the residents that showed up here to not take their complaints seriously and to brush it under the rug and say, well, this company that we know didn't do good work said that you all lied 92% of the time. I think it's silly. Thank you.
No, we're gonna let the public comments finish first.
Yeah, we got a lot. Good evening, staff. Good evening, city council members, mayor, staff. Brian Muse, Brittany Road. A lot of you know who I am. A local property manager, realtor for the city for about 25 years in the city. And I'm here on behalf of myself and some neighbors. Actually, I had a few neighbors that were here that left because they have to get up and work, and a few that were ill. So I just would like to voice my opinion tonight, if I can, really quick on the STVRs. And thank you for, you know, allow me this time, this 3 minutes. Anyhow, my first point is on the noise ordinance. We do not need to change this time from commercial to residential because there's still a real problem, as I could tell. Everybody's talking, and the decibel readers, they're not working always. I still have to call some owners, and, you know, and they're not calling the vacation owners, and that's the biggest issue too. And it needs to be dropped down probably to about, well, under 50 probably. I don't know who came up with 70, but anyhow, there are some STV owners that are in here that if I do call them, they're on top of it. And I know a couple of STV owners that do take care of it, but there's a majority out there that do not take care of it. With that in mind. So again, we need to, before we even decide to move that from commercial, because these are commercial rentals. I do property management. I don't let my renters do this. This is not residential. Should they have the same equal night? No, they're guests. I can't go to a hotel. I can't go to a pool. I can't go to all these places and make all the noise I want. And my issue in my area is I'm surrounded, like a lot of other people there. And hey, I'm a musician. I love music. Some of you guys know I'm a musician. I don't go and blare my music. I try to, make it right for everybody. But when I do have a couple neighbors, they're not STVRs, and they ruin it for everybody. And I do call on that. So anyhow, so please reconsider about changing that. Another thing I had to ask, again, anyway, let me get back to it. I'm all over the place. Anyhow, time, 48 seconds. So, the other thing about the whole noise thing, I can't go next door and knock on the door and say, hey, can you please turn that down? Because one, I don't know who those people are. They're not my neighbors and they're not my friends. And so some of the STVR owners and the management company don't. And I think if we release and go to residents instead of commercial, it's going to become a lot worse. So again, to me, as far as I'm concerned, they're guests and they're strangers that live beside me for temporarily. So again, please reconsider. 10 seconds left. Let's see. Trash cans aren't such a problem in my area. Most of the people take care of it. Parking is a real big issue with the STVRs. They block my neighbor's house. It's bad. We need to do something about that. 4%, too late. 500 feet is great. And thank you, Russell Betts, for,
Thank you, Mr. Muse.
So.
Anyone else like to make comments? Yes, sir.
George Kleist, resident. So I think I spoke on the short-term vacation rentals last year when you guys had enacted the fees and stuff like that. And I had a concern for the mom and pop places that rent out one bedrooms, especially now that we're going to start doing ADUs. I'm excited about that. I'm looking forward to being able to afford the house and pay it down quickly. By building an ADU, my family can stay in the ADU and we'll rent out the house, right? So we'll be right there to monitor stuff. But that being said, Riverside County has a short-term vacation rental since 2016, an ordinance on that, right? And the fees are like way cheaper than the city of Desert Hot Springs. And the sheriff is called if there's an issue. There's an actual sheriff posting that you have to put on there, which some short-term vacation rentals have posted in front of their houses. My recommendation is police is a great tool. Like when we partied in the 90s, right? Cop knocked on the door, you didn't play that music that loud anymore. You toned it down, right? Because there's enforcement with the law. And I get that a lot of our neighbors are complaining about the noise and stuff, and they're legit, but you can't afford these houses. I mean, a $400,000, $500,000 house at 7%, well, that development just off of Pearson has 10 up on LoopNet, marketed as short-term vacation rentals. And the developer's trying to sell them, and he tried to sell it to people that could afford it, but families can't afford that house. So we're gonna screw the developers, I'm sorry for the language, but I mean, they gotta make a buck too, and they gotta sell it to whoever can pay. And unfortunately, guys, this market is not affordable for them, man. I've been here for like 13 years. I get that privilege to afford something that's at $200,000 and an $800 mortgage. But most people can't afford that. So before you start enacting more rules and regulations, you're over-regulating this industry. We can vote with our dollars. We can move to a neighborhood or an HOA that doesn't permit short-term vacation rentals at all. That's where you should go if you're gonna complain. But don't limit people's opportunity to buy. And I get everybody invested, lots of money. I can't buy you out. They can't buy you out. But people are gonna build, and that's what we need. We need houses. Because when the rates come down to 2%, guess what? Everybody can afford the rates again. Everybody's gonna start coming in the market and buy. So just, they're buying time by these short-term vacation rentals. Don't hurt them. I'm not an advocate for it, but I'm not an advocate for government regulating our housing. I mean, if you guys want to regulate, that's one thing. Create your own developments that you want, the way you want, but with your money. Vote with your money, please.
Thank you, George.
Don't
That's
over-regulate.
your time. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
Anyone else like to speak?
Hi, I'm Ken Anderson. I've lived in the city for 16 years. I'm actually more concerned about my neighborhood because they did just complete the homes north of Desert View on Sylvanus. Right now they're still available. There's only 2 sold. One of them I know is going to be a short-term rental. The one behind me will be people. So I appreciate that, or not people, but residents. But I am aware of, like Brian, he's a neighbor of mine. I've heard the noise over there. It's loud. We need someone to enforce these rules. I've also tried to walk down my neighborhoods in the mornings and the late evenings. I can't walk down the street. There's cars parked on the walkway, on the sidewalks. I've called code 3 times. Those cars have stayed there the whole day. They've never moved. No one's ever come out. No one has ever called me back. I like your 500-foot rule, but we need to make sure that if a house sells that was a short-term rental, it does not transfer. It's got to become a new application so that 500-foot rule kicks in. Trash. I've seen a lot of the short-term rentals in my area put their trash out right after the weekend. Well, sometimes a pickup is until Wednesday or Thursday. We live in a windy city. You know where that trash is? All over the street. No one puts them away once they get emptied. I've actually taken trash cans and put them up on the beside the house because no one's come and got them. So please consider this when you do vote on this. We do need I'm not against the short-term rentals if they follow the rules, but unfortunately, there's a lot of them that don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, Pamela Muse, City of Desert Hot Springs. I've lived here for 30 years. I just have a couple things to bring up. One is the 92% of the unfounded calls. My question for that is, what was the average response time to those calls? I'd be curious to find that out. Also, it was my understanding under the ordinance that the property managers or the property owners had to respond within 30 minutes. So I just want to know if there's a way that we could contact them first. Luckily, a lot of the people around me have given us their phone number, so I'm able to contact the owners, and I find that their response rate is immediate. But that's also because of the limits that are put on them as far as the daytime noise. So it's my understanding that the regular residential noise limit doesn't really have limits to daytime. That's my concern, because a lot of us work from home nowadays, so we don't want to have to put up with the noise until 10 o'clock when we can call it in. The noise monitors, they're great, but without those enforceable restrictions, they're not really going to do any good. Also on the occupancy limits, California has the 2 per bedroom plus 1, so I would recommend that you not go more than what California regulations suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Once we close the public comments, there'll be no more comments taken. I see nobody coming forth. We're going to close public comment at this time. I have multiple people in the queue. Before we do that, would staff like to answer any questions that they heard from the dais? Not debate anything. I just want to hear if there's any direct questions that were asked that you might want to answer before we get into council member comments.
Sure, just to clear up some things. So the 415 permits that the city currently has, those are permits and not parcels. So I believe we're somewhere around 320 parcels that have permits, to answer that question. And then the current ordinance does not allow for transfer of permits. So if the property is sold, that does become a new application. And we do get notice when those properties change hands. So we have had a couple of instances where they've changed hands and people assume that they're purchasing the permit as well. They are not. With respect to the inspections and the properties that were not inspected prior to the change in the ordinance, we do catch those at the renewal. So these properties need to renew every year their permits, and when they do that, we do the inspection at that time. So we have approximately 6 months left in the year. We started the inspections right at the end of January. So once that cycle continues for that year, we would have started inspecting every single short-term vacation rental on the interior. Just to address the issue of where staff compiled these reports from, I personally compiled these reports by going through dispatchers' reports, the code compliance officer staff reports, going through the former contractor reports and the existing contractor reports. And the reason that we did the overturn from the old contractor to the new contractor was specifically so that we could have experienced code enforcement officers. What we had before were security guards who did not have the authority to issue administrative citations, and we wanted them to be able to issue administrative citations to the occupants on site. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to the queue. Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things I wanted to address here. Christina, Ms. Newsom brought one of them up, and that is that the license is not transferable. And if we move forward with the recommendations with the 500-foot door-to-door rule, we will see a drop in our short-term vacation permits. Because if you sell your property and your property is within 500 feet of another property, you will not be able to get a license in the future. So that will reduce those numbers down. Getting to the DHS 41 neighborhood, which is also my neighborhood, the current developer of those lots has most of the vacant ones listed as short-term vacation rentals while they're on the market. So once those houses sell, they will not be, again, because they will all be within 500 feet of another one, they will not be able to keep those as short-term vacation. So you will see over the course of the time it takes to sell those properties, could be a year, hopefully not that long, you will see a significant number of reductions in the DHS 41 neighborhood just for that simple reason, because they're all going to be within 500 walking feet of another short-term vacation rental. So as those sell, those will go away. I wanted to ask Ms. Newsom too, though, about the tragedy with the pool. Now, it's my understanding, we inspected that, they had a proper alarm, they disconnected the alarm.
So the property was permitted right before we started inspections. However, after the occurrence, we did inspect the property that same day, and we found that they did once have the alarms on the doors, but somebody had removed them. So that mechanism was no longer in place. Unfortunately, you know, we do inspections every time a new pool is constructed, but most of those safety requirements also require ongoing maintenance, which is not something that the city would typically oversee. In this instance, all vacation rentals are inspected once annually, but there is required maintenance for safety requirements that is ongoing.
So, I mean, let's assume that you inspected, they had the alarm, and 5 minutes later, he pulls it off the wall.
Yeah, so the property is now in compliance. We did issue a citation immediately for the safety hazards and the other various violations, and they just came into compliance.
You wouldn't know that until you went back for the next yearly inspection, correct? So, again, the last point, and I listened to all of the complaints, and I realized there is a lot of concern over the noise, and I want to just remind everybody too that if moving forward, if the council chooses to go that way tonight, does not set any of this in stone. We can bring a lot more of these into that discussion. It will be back up in September, but I do think that the cap, the 500-foot distance thing, and the non-transferable licenses, while it's not going to be an immediate effect, will, over the course of the next year or so, significantly cut the number of problem properties and properties in general. So that's what I've got.
Mr. Betts?
Yeah, I have some other comments here, but I want to follow up on that quickly. So I want to make sure I heard this correct. The property where the child drowned had a noise alarm, and they removed it. And that's a pretty significant violation, as we know. It's, you know, probably the reason the child drowned. Are they, and you said they're in compliance, does that mean they're still operating? We did not sit there and say, hey, you just removed a significant safety regulation, your permit's done, that's it. I mean, that's a pretty serious violation. They're still operating?
Correct. So
Wow.
in the short-term vacation rental ordinance, there are revocation, there's reasons for revocation, and this type of safety hazard is not one.
Wow, I don't know what kind of safety hazard could be more significant than that, but okay, I just wanted to, I wasn't hearing that correctly. I'm astonished. So the good is the 500-foot rule. Now, I was breaking some kind of rule. I was hoping to put this up on the screen. I know you can't see it, but I apparently broke some procedural rule that wouldn't allow this to be put up. But way back when we were working on this, I had proposed that we go with 1,000 foot. And the idea was the same as that your committee has come up with. Now you've gone with 500 foot. The talk then was 200. I was saying 1,000. And what this shows, and you can't see, is that you kind of get a feel for what the neighborhood's going to look like. And I think everybody in here that's even complaining that, you know, has this, well, hatred, but the problem with these vacation rentals having these intense problem with them would say, you know what, if my neighborhood looked like this, and I know you can't see it, but I would love it to be on the screen, but then at least it'd be better, because there's just 4 in this entire neighborhood. I picked out Hacienda Heights as an example, okay? So I want to commend the committee, the new committee, for taking that up and dealing with the concentration issue. I had some people write to me, and you
their words are better than mine. I'm writing to you with our disapproval of the proposed relaxing of rules within our city on vacation rentals. We were promised stricter rules that never transpired, and now we're going backwards and relaxing the rules. We are completely overwhelmed in our neighborhood, and we don't have any peace. It's a revolving door. Every few days, new problems, new renters, new vacation renters, and the continuing noise 365 days a year. I had been very active about our sadness and constant stress dealing with these STVRs. We've called the police, we've called code, we've called the hotline, and nothing has helped us. And last night, the fireworks going off, and they went and tracked it down. This people, they know where the vacation rentals are. And they found out that one of the lawns lighting up illegal fireworks, and people coming in here to party and make noise, and who cares about the neighborhood? So this person is asking to please help us 365-day residents who actually support our city. We just want our peaceful home back. And there's another one that was a little more turt. It says, when it came to my attention, this is somebody else wrote to me, when it came to my attention, the City Council of Desert Hot Springs was contemplating passing a new city ordinance allowing Airbnbs to play their music without decibel limit or time frame. I was appalled. I was shocked to hear that there would not be a limit on how many vehicles an Airbnb can have. That's ridiculous. We want a quiet residential neighborhood. I urge you to reconsider changing the city ordinance, as this will impact families and children and us enjoying our neighborhood. So, I don't know, this could go on for so long. I don't want to do that. There's something called quiet enjoyment of your neighborhood. And the biggest single issue that's a problem is the noise. And Roger, I know you know about that noise because I know you got a problem near you, okay? If you don't live next to one, you don't know. But at my house, when I walk out into my backyard, it's quiet. I don't hear my neighbor doing anything. If he was doing something, have an occasional party once in a while, okay, great. He's doing what I may want to do. That's okay. That's fine by me. Those are the rules for a neighborhood. But I can also go back there and make quite a bit of noise. So if the same rule for me is I can go make quite a bit of noise, and you're saying the rule's the same for a vacation rental, well, they can go make quite a bit of noise. But there's a big difference. They're making the noise every day or every weekend on both sides, sometimes on both sides and behind you. You can't enjoy, there's no quiet enjoyment of your house. I'm just, this is the kind of noise you hear. You want to go out and hear quiet. And this is the noise you're hearing. This is a music playing, talking over the music. And this is a quiet one. This is a quiet one. The recordings I've gotten from people are way louder than this. People having a call, and they're nice. They call the vacation rental owner and they say, hey, would you please, I don't want to call the police. You asked me not to call the police. You don't want to get fined, but would you please control your neighborhood? And they do this over and over and over again. And you cannot have this kind of callous disregard for people's ability to enjoy their homes. I am just stunned. When I saw, what does this say this in here? When I saw the recommendation, realign regulations on STVRs for noise, trash cans, and parking to the same regulations used by residential properties, you say, wow, there goes the neighborhood. It's bad now and it's going to get worse. Now, when you're following up on a complaint, you've got to go to the neighborhood because you are not going to hear that from the street. And typically what's happened on these unfounded calls is people have called, they've waited a long time, finally they're looking out the street, seeing somebody comes by, police officer come by, or code will come by, and they'll just drive up, listen, they don't hear anything, and they go on, boom, unfounded. But if they get out, knock on the door and say, hi, I understand you have a complaint, and you go stand in the neighbor's backyard, as I've done. I told them to call me, I'll be there, I listen, I want to hear it for myself. I tell everybody, don't call me the next day, call me when it's happening because I want to hear for myself, and I've stood in people's backyards listening to it. And they said, I don't want to hear this. They shouldn't have to hear this. They shouldn't have to hear it in stereo. They shouldn't have to hear it all the time. We didn't implement any of the recommendations that we were supposed to have. We had problems with the company that turned out to be a flake, or whatever they were. They didn't turn out to, they weren't doing their job. Something happened and we had to fire them. We had a hotline that one time is working, another time isn't. Sometimes people have to call and they get dispatch. And the people who have gotten dispatch have told me, you know what? I'm irritated by this. It's terrible. This noise is coming across. I mean, no, it's not a loud raging party, but I don't want to bother our police officers. I know they have more important things to do. So when they find out that they get a call to dispatch the police, they just say, forget it. I mean, they're calling a hotline thinking they're going to get somebody who understands and knows the rules and is going to come respond. They get the police instead. They say, you know, go take care of the real serious stuff in town. I'll just sit here and deal with this myself. Which is basically nothing. You can't do anything about it. I surveyed some of the vacation rental owners, and the ones that I know that operate them, that are really conscientious, so they didn't get any mailing or any notification about the new rules. They didn't know they had to have a noise monitor. They didn't know any of this stuff. I don't know. I don't know who's out there making frivolous complaints, but that to me is insulting. There's nobody out there making frivolous complaints. These are not frivolous complaints, these people stepping up here. Parking. How many times as a council member you got a call from somebody who says, my neighbor's parking in front of my house every day. We should park in front of his own house, okay? And you tell them, there's really nothing I can do about that as a council member. People are going to park in front of your house, and but they're blocking the mailbox. There's nothing to do about that. So here you got people there parking with 3, 4, 5 cars in front of your house, blocking your mailbox every weekend, constant, not one but two. It is not unfounded, the problems and the degree of the problems that people are putting in place. And if you sit there and you say that it's just a little bit of noise, everybody makes that kind of noise, no, they don't make that kind of noise all the time. I was really incensed when I got this staff report and read it. I mean, the parts that were good, I enjoyed, I'm happy with their limits. But, the part about relaxing the occupancy limits, going backwards on that those are perfectly reasonable. There's no reason we should be relaxing those occupancy limits. 18 people, I had this here, the comparison here, I broke the rules too when I did this. Somebody said that this could be construed as forging a city document or something, but basically I had this for graphics so everybody could follow along, is that we're going from a maximum of 14 people in a house, which is still a lot, to 18. And on every category, 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom homes, it's increasing. The trash cans. You're going to put the trash cans to the same standard? If I want to, as a property owner, I can put my trash can out 3 days earlier, and I don't think there's anybody in code's going to come by. If I put my trash can out 3 days early, you're going to come by and give me a ticket?
So the regular residential only allows for the trash cans to be put out during collection days and times.
So that's the same?
Yeah, so it's the same, yes.
Okay, good. Well, that's good news, because my understanding was, because what they're doing now is they're putting them out days ahead of time. So as a property owner, if I'm going to go on vacation, I can only put it out on the day of collection or the night before?
The day of collection.
Wow, okay, good. Well, my wife tells me to take the trash can out the night before. I can tell her, no, I'm not allowed to, right? Good, and I'll take that one, thank you. Okay, I go on here forever and I don't want to. We're turning our neighborhoods into commercial lodging districts. It's not right. I don't want to live next door to a motel or a hotel. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen if I end up with one of these next door to me. But I guess the same rules that apply to them will be applying to me. And they won't get any quiet enjoyment out of their residence, and I won't get any out of mine. It's just not right. I really sympathize with the people who have these things surrounding them, begging for help, and we're not giving them any. Okay? And because, I don't know, what are we more interested in the industry than we are in our residents? I'm going to leave it here. I don't want to say anything I'm going to regret. I just couldn't be any more incensed at this, what's going on here, and how much callous disregard there is for our residents.
So I'm going to make some comments. I haven't had a chance yet. I know you already had a chance, so I'll come back to you in a minute. And I'm not sure if you guys have any comments while you're thinking. I wrote down a bunch of notes and wanted to kind of go over them. First of all, I need to answer a couple questions. I was the one that, as the mayor and of the community and chair of the meeting, that it didn't allow those exhibits to be put up by Mr. Betts, and he referred to that, and I just wanted to clarify why. Documents were turned into our city clerk at hours before the meeting, and didn't give the rest of the council time or the public time, and I gave Mr. Betts the option to go down and speak from the podium as a public member and present those documents at that time, but he chose not to. So I just wanted to clarify that. I don't think it was fair, as the public has a right to see all documents, I believe 72 hours before the meeting. So I asked him not to present those on the screen. There was also a question of not yielding your time. It is in our public comment rules. It states right here, speakers may not yield their time to others without consent of the mayor. There's also case law, and the attorney can tell me if I'm wrong or not, that if you allow extra time to other people, you really should allow that extra time to others. So with so many comments to be made tonight, I didn't think it'd be fair for one person to speak 5 or 6 minutes. Not everybody have that same opportunity, and we could still be here with public comments. So that's the reason that I usually do not allow any time to be yielded. All right, with that said, there's a lot of circles on here, and they're all circled because of enforcement. So I understand there's a lot of passion out there. Someone used the word hatred. I wouldn't say anybody hates anybody in this room. I'd say there's a lot of passion in this room. And we can try to pinpoint that there's, these hardworking people here not doing their job, and that us city council members are just nobodies and we don't care. We're just here for the, I think, corporate industry, which were some of the comments made tonight. And you can think that if you like. I'm a constituent just like you are, and I want to see our community in a place where we all can live together. But there's two sides of the story, and I umpire for Little League. And I usually make half the people there happy and half the people sad at every call I make, because that's just the way it is. You're very passionate, most of you that were speaking tonight, on the fact that you do not want these. And I want to really thank somebody, I'm not going to call that person out by name, but I sat with them for lunch last week, and they gave me a really great insight of what they're going through, their family is going through on almost a daily basis, weekly basis at least, on these, and really opened my eyes to some of the concerns that we have. That's why these people are working hard with this subcommittee to come up with more regulations for you guys. For the ones that are really suffering. We as a city council made a decision late last year to start to regulate STVRs, as they are becoming a problem. And there's little to no credit for that, which is fine, I get that. And there was a subcommittee that started working on that. And then we said we would come back in 6-7 months and come back with some stronger regulations if those weren't working. There was not enough staff members in our code enforcement department to be able to handle what the job was going to be. So we reached out to multiple agencies and hired one, and they failed. They did, and our staff terminated them as quick as possible so that we can move on to more enforcement, better enforcement. And I keep seeing, I've circled on here like 4 times, enforcement was what was brought up in a lot of your comments. I agree that enforcement needs to happen, and I think our code compliance manager has identified that. Telling them that they're making up numbers and stuff is just ridiculous. So anyone out there that thinks that, these people work really hard. They came up with a lot of reports to be able to put the information on paper factually. And so please give them credit. These are residents of our community that work hard every day. They come to City Hall, and some of you might not respect that, and that's cool. That's your opinion. But to demean them up there and say they're not doing their job is just wrong. They do a fantastic job. And our code compliance manager, she has a lot on her plate, and she can only take the factual data that she has. It doesn't mean that people aren't doing their job correctly. She can't be in the car with them every time they get out. When I had lunch with that resident last week, she told me, I've seen them get out a few times, but not enough. And I've seen them drive by. And that was really concerning to me at that time. That needs to be fixed. We need to have a person, I don't know if they carry real ticket books with them or not, but they need to be at that front door, they need to have a ticket book, and 3 strikes, you're out. We need to start striking those individuals. 2 strikes, two strikes, you're out. We need to start putting strikes on those homes and getting rid of them, the bad players, because there's a lot of bad players out there. So when it comes to enforcement, that is something that I think that our staff from our city manager's office all the way down to our code compliance office and our police department is really trying to figure out how this works. So I can't build confidence in you that it's going to happen tomorrow, but I hope over time that the city council with the ordinances that we continue to strengthen the subcommittee as they sit there and they work hard to listen to each and every one of you. I encourage you, I'm a glutton for punishment. I put my cell phone number on my business card. Call me, let me know these things are happening. I'd love to come to your neighborhood. I don't need to hear the party. I don't need you to call me every time there's a party there, but I need to hear if you don't feel like you're getting the response you need. I know Gary's there all the time. I can't say there's a person up here that wouldn't answer your phone call or your concern on issues when it comes to your quality of life. So I want to reiterate that. I'm cool with your passion up there and the things you want to say about things, but you know, we really have to understand that we're really trying hard. When it says 90% unfounded, that's data she found. It's not made up. It's not someone sitting in government going, oh, I'm going to put up this number purposely. But what's more concerning is 8% that are founded. That means there's still a lot of calls out there that are coming in that people have some real concerns. There's going to be people that abuse the system. I have a guy that calls me all the time that he doesn't like a vehicle parked in front of his house, even though it's parked illegally. It's just the way it is, and he will complain all the time. And he abuses the system. He really does. And these things will happen. People will try to abuse the system if they don't like something. It's just a fact of life. I mean, we're going to do it as humans sometimes because it just angers us. But I would ask the staff when we bring this back, or even the subcommittee, that we do talk about revocation instead of telling you that you're not doing your job. Let's help you by telling you what we would like to see as a city council, hearing from the public. Pool safety should be something at the top of the list for revocation. Any incident within a pool, I would say, the license has to be revocated immediately. So I would say for the subcommittee to help focus that and get that done. It's sad to even hear. I know a lot of people out there that those alarms are irritating as heck, and they take the chance by disconnecting them. But this is a business, and even though it wasn't related directly to the STVR, it still possibly could have been prevented. We'll never know. It's a what if. I don't want to politicize the tragedy that happened to that family, but this brings up a valid concern that we as a city can handle this going forward by making sure that if any incident like that was to happen again, that we would have strong ordinance to support the fact that they would be unlicensed immediately. The noise thing, that is really concerning. I talked to another resident today, and he brought light to some of the noise issues that he has in his neighborhood and how, going forward. And I'm not sure this balance of commercial, residential, how we balance that to make sure that they're still held at a higher standard. I know we're trying to even it out because I think that long list is going to give your officers quite a bit to go on when they're there, and if we can get consent from reporting parties. And if you're reporting anonymously, that's where the 92% sometimes comes in. Stop reporting anonymously, give your name so that the code enforcement officer can come talk to you and they can give them consent to walk in your backyards. And if they're not getting out of the car, then call me, call staff, call Christina. I think she'll be the first person to, Miss Newsom, sorry. She'll be the first person to make sure that that person does their job better. People are human. They don't always do their job perfectly. For our police officers, they are running on nuisance calls when it comes to noise all the time. I know they do their best they can, but unfortunately when they're on duty, it's a prioritization log that comes down and they have to go to prioritize calls, unfortunately. A lot of times those take precedence over noise. So I think there's a lot of good things that can come out of this, and as Mr. Gardner said, this is a working document. These two working on this subcommittee call them, tell them what's going on in your neighborhood, have them come over. Gary's never shy for a cup of coffee, or even to stand out by the neighborhood when he's walking his dog to talk. I just don't want you to think that we're not handling it because one council member is, very passionate about what he says, and sometimes he doesn't realize how offensive he can be to some of us up here. If we're not as passionate as him, we are as passionate as him, and I understand his passion because he has him next door to him. So I can get that. I want everybody to understand that I just don't react the same way, but I am passionate to make sure that you are served from your community. And these hard-working men and women do work very hard to try to find solutions for you. If it wasn't for what they're doing behind the scenes, we probably wouldn't get a lot done because most of us work for a living up here. A couple of them are retired now, but most of us work for a living up here. So we have to rely on them getting the job done, and they can't get their job done unless they hear from you at the dais. So I respect all the passion up there today. I take a little offense to some of the demeaning comments sometimes when it comes to these hardworking people. Again, we're not relaxing the code, we're reorganizing it. I want everybody to be clear on that. I know there was quite a few, we received a lot of emails today, and there was some very strong comments in there, and a lot of people, will probably make strong comments because they're passionate about their neighborhoods, but we're not relaxing anything. We're just reorganizing it to be more streamlined so that our code compliance officers, and if you feel like a piece of that is relaxed, let us know where you think it's relaxed, so that we can try to maybe change the verbiage or make it stronger in there. So that's all I get to. I know it's getting late, and we're probably all going to start babbling on here. We still got multiple items on the agenda tonight, and I know we're going to have more comments. Before I get to Mr. Gardner, Mr. Betts, because they've already had a chance, is there anything you guys would like to say on this item before? Okay, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur. Could we do better with enforcement? Yes. We can always do better with enforcement. We brought it up in other areas too. We've had residents tonight bring up code enforcement for non-STVR things. And, I walk my dog 5 miles every morning. And I can take you down neighborhood streets that don't have a single STVR on them, and I can't walk down the sidewalk because there are so many cars parked blocking driveways. We have to walk in the street. That is life in the city, and where we don't have enough code enforcement, those things are not going to be the main priority, as whereas other unsafe things are. We need to get to that. I think we will get to that. I think this is a good path forward to that. I did want to just touch briefly again, and I do not to belabor the point on the pool tragedy, but Ms. Newsom, did we not fine that owner?
Yeah, there was a citation issued. I believe it was for $5,000.
And that would count as one strike against the current ordinance?
Yeah, I believe the noise violations or any two would make you subject to revocation. Any other violations, it's 3.
Okay, so that's something as we work this through, because remember, again, if we move forward with this tonight, it is not set in stone. That will not come back until we bring you until the staff actually brings us ordinance language later on this September. But we did fine them $5,000, and it would count as a strike against them. I would agree with the mayor, and we'll, Mr. Nunez and I, if we on the subcommittee, not speaking for you, but I think we would want to make that a pool alarm violation an instant revocation along with the mayor. I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. And this is it does become a work in progress as well. We're not going to get it right the first time. We never do. I don't know of any ordinance in any city that is ever right the first time. There's always something that needs to be changed. But I did want to address those two things. And then one last a piece on this is, like it or not, the number one employer in this valley, the number one economic driver in this valley is tourism. If we don't have tourism in this valley, we don't have anything. That is what brings people to this valley. That's what keeps everybody employed, is the continuous routing of tourism through our hotels, through our resorts, through our part-time residents, and yes, through our STVRs. Tourism is what built this valley. Tourism is what keeps this valley afloat. And I have lived in tourist areas before, and that is something that happens in tourist areas. It's just a fact of life being in a tourist-driven economy like the Coachella Valley is. So what our job is to take that into consideration, and also the quality of life of all of us that live here full-time. And I think we've done a good job with that, and we will continue to do a good job on that. And then, so for those of you that are very, very concerned, stay engaged with us, with Mr. Nunez, with myself, as we get through the summer on this, as we work with staff on actual ordinance language on this. And that's all I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Betts?
Oh, thank you. So I'm trying to get some clarification here. I keep hearing this as a working document. Are we voting on this tonight?
We're giving direction on recommendations, so there will be a motion on what the recommendations we'll need to do going forward.
Does that mean, so if we...
And then they have to bring it back to us in an ordinance.
So no matter what we vote on, the existing regulations are going to stay in place regarding noise and occupancy?
They have to put the ordinance together and bring it back to us, so if they could do that, and the first meeting will be in September, yeah.
Okay, so now we're just going to give them direction on what we want to do.
Yes, picture
Okay.
this like what the planning
So-
commission does.
so the
Make a
direction-
recommendation.
All right, so the direction would be from the council would be to relax the noise ordinances to make them match what the existing noise ordinances are for everybody else in the neighborhood.
I don't think that's a recommendation, but that's your
Well,
interpretation of the
no,
recommendation.
Well, that's what it says here. It says that right here.
Well, I don't think, it says realign, and
All
I
right.
don't think the city
Well,
council's direction.
realigning something that's here down to something that's here
Again, that's your
is
opinion,
relaxing.
Mr.
Well, it's anybody's interpretation that's got, all right, so. And the same thing for occupancy. You're going to ask staff to come back with increased occupancy on these homes and to relax the parking standards, to take them from what they are now on the STVRs or the vacation rentals to a less restrictive
I'm going
parking.
off the recommendation here, so.
Okay, but that's what it says in the regulation. I'm not going to pull it back out again. That's what it says. I know what it says. So I just wanted to be clear that if that's what you're going to propose, then you cannot say, nobody can conclude that these regulations are not being made. You can't conclude these regulations are being made more restrictive. They're definitely being made less restrictive. That's the intent of the subcommittee.
That's your opinion, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just asking.
Are you asking him, or are you asking me, or are you asking them?
Roger.
Who are you asking, Roger?
Roger, is these less, are these less restrictive now?
Right now, as it stands, you can go buy a house next door to STVR, right? And you can operate it as an STVR. With this, it restricts it, it won't allow it. So that's one way.
Okay, so that's good, that 500 limit, but on the noise.
So not everything on here is to benefit STVRs.
On the noise.
On the noise, now, a question I would have, is there technology out there that we can use for the meters that can reflect us getting information, or code enforcement getting information, or police department getting information?
Those meters can, and I studied them, I'm the one that interjected them into the original subcommittee, was they can send a call anywhere you want them to go. They can send a call to you as the vacation rental owner, and they can send it to our code enforcement department, and we can get a call, but we have to be there to man it. You're not gonna go to a recording. So somebody has to be there to hear it. So on the noise, to understand, if we make this recommendation, that house across from you is having a party like maybe I'm gonna go have this Saturday, and they can do that every day they rent that place. Not just once in a while, but every day. You're okay with that?
So I'm going to give a good example here. For the last 5 days, we've had people in that STR near me. The reason why I was reluctant to call law enforcement or call code enforcement is because my neighbors that live right next door to me were having a party for the last 5 days. So to me, I'm like, okay, if I call law enforcement on the short-term rental, that means I would have to call law enforcement on my neighbors also.
Well, that wasn't the question I was asking you, though. The question I was asking you,
Well, I'm trying to give
does
you-
your neighbor have that party every weekend?
No.
Once in a while, right?
No. And actually, the neighbor that I had the biggest issue with, it's not the partying, it's more the parking. So my neighbor across the street from me is more the partying, but I'm at the point where I can't hear it. So because I would call law enforcement, I have no issue with calling law enforcement.
So, Mr. Mayor, my motion, if I was going to make one, would be to take all these things in the staff report that make the regulations on vacation rentals more restrictive, and to ask staff to put those into place, to reduce the number in the neighborhood, the distance between them, but to absolutely not make this any less restrictive on noise, not to relax the noise standards, don't increase the overnight and daytime occupancy, and don't relax the parking standards. That would be my motion to staff. And I'm going to go ahead and make it now, and I'll see if I get a second. But
Just change it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Just change it.
Gentlemen, I'm going to stop the meeting if you speak out one more time and have you removed from the chambers. So go ahead. It's getting late. We're all tired. We're trying to get to a point, and you do not participate at this point. You've been given your opportunity. I'm not going to warn either one of you again. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
So
it appears I
did
do not have a second on that. Would that be, am I correct? in
As I
that, sir?
chair the meeting,
Well, I
I'm
didn't
getting
know
to it,
you
so
were.
I was
I'm waiting
finishing
for
that
a
first,
second.
and now I'm getting here.
Could I implore upon you to put out a call for a second on that, a formal call for a second?
That's where I was going next.
Great,
Just
thank you, I
allow me to
appreciate
speak.
it. And we're getting late and it's tired, and you and I are doing good. I see a smile on your face, and I
Yeah.
like that.
So we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies with no second. I'll entertain a new motion. You want to try it, or you want me to try it?
I could make a second
You want-
motion, I
you
bet
want
will
me to try
pass.
What?
You want to try one, or you want me to
I'm
try
going
it?
to, yeah, but you're getting voices from both ears here, so. No, I'm going to move that we move forward with the direction to staff as recommended by the subcommittee and bring it back for a formal ordinance in September.
Is there a second?
As part of the subcommittee, I would second.
And then I would ask that there be an amendment to that, that you give direction to staff to bring back revocation on health and safety issues, that they're immediate strikes, and that you also work on maybe a stronger noise ordinance for STVRs. Sounds like that's something that needs to happen. I don't know if it needs to be separate from what the city standards are. Maybe we just make it across the city, because we do have these problems with many parties in our neighborhoods. But I think that's been pretty much talked about a lot today.
I'll second that second.
All right.
Oh.
What?
This was to bring forward recommendations on immediate revocation for serious safety violations.
Health and safety violations.
I got that, I'm sorry. I'm wondering if part of this. I'm wondering if this motion also includes the separate secondary, because there's recommendations from the subcommittee and there were separate recommendations from staff.
The staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
On dealing with contract or collections from hosting platforms and those.
And there was one more major concern that I'd like the amendment to that also, is to come back with something to do with parking. Right now, it's just normal residential parking, but there needs to be some sort of teeth in that STVR that not 20 cars are allowed to park in that neighborhood. It must be, it must mirror our residential parking standards, which are, I believe, 2 per driveway, something like that. I think there might be more than that.
We can also do a cap by number of occupants. So yes, we can do something
I
on
know
that.
Big Bear had a really good one when we went there once. They only allowed 3 vehicles at the home, so I think it's something we can mirror. If you guys are open to those amendments.
Mr. Mayor, if I could call your attention to the screen, the city clerk seems to have done a very detailed job of listing this. I just want to make sure that encompasses everything that we're voting on here.
I'm sure you can't type everything on my amendments, but they're captured on the video and recording.
Correct. It's captured on the video, the recording, and it'll be reflected in the minutes.
In detailed action minutes?
Both of them took friendly
Or
amendments. There is
detailed
discussion. Ms. Pye?
I had my name in there.
I'm sorry. It got covered up by the motion. I apologize. Our system's still trying to work out the bugs on that.
What I want to vote on is what the subcommittee said, what staff said, and what the audience said. And that the subcommittee works that into what you're going to bring back, which is your thing, it's everybody's thing. And so that's what I'm asking, the whole discussion, and bring it back.
and you have my assurance, and Mr. Nunez, I believe as well, that we will consider everything brought forth tonight.
That's not what you said, but
No, as part of our deliberations and as part of we're working on the ordinance.
There's no further comments, please vote.
Motion passes with Councilmember Betts and Councilmember Pai opposed.
All right. With that said, we still have a lot of items, so if you don't want to stick around, I don't need you to stick around till 10 o'clock with us. Please just leave quietly so we can continue our business. Thank you so much.
3-minute break? Just 3 minutes?
No, we're going to get going.
All right, well,
If you need to
I'll
take a
be-
break in between, you can hear us, right?
I'll be listening.
All right. We're going to go back to item number 7, which is an ordinance amending the following chapters of Title 17 zoning code, including number 1, Chapter 17.56, landscaping standards, and 2, Chapter 17.44, sign regulations. Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Or I was going to say good evening, but I probably should say good night. This evening, we're bringing these 2 more chapters on Title 17, the zoning ordinance. I'll present the landscaping standards, and Colleen Stevens will present the chapter on sign regulations, as she was the major author there. The landscape standards chapter was a major restructuring and rewrite. I would note that we got input from a couple of landscape architects in the valley in our efforts. The existing design guidelines were retained, but we moved those up in the chapter below the requirements instead of the end as it is present. We better defined which requirements applied to single-family and small-scale multifamily residential. It was very unclear before in the old code. So this was done in accordance with state law requiring objective standards for review of residential projects. We included the option to use the pre-approved landscape plans provided by MSWD as is currently available. We did establish new minimum amounts for landscaping per zone. They're pretty low, but we're trying to account for the area that's used for stormwater management basins, since most of the time those are not landscaped. And the requirements for parking lot landscaping were specifically called out and clarified. Included are treatments for the planting of the peripheral of the parking lot, treatments for landscape dividers, planters, and tree islands, and the use of structures to provide shade in lieu of landscaping, which is not addressed in our current ordinance. So that is a summary of the changes, and I would ask Colleen to provide a summary of the changes for the signage regulation.
You never hang out with us in the one meeting you do.
I told her she was going home early.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Is it reflected?
It's not working, no. Is it off? It does help if you turn it on. Gotcha.
All right. Staff has done a complete rewrite of Chapter 17.44, sign regulations. To summarize the changes, I'll go through some of the relevant highlights. The main purpose of the rewrite was to focus on creating and maintaining a message-neutral policy. This was done to ensure our code is aligned with First Amendment rights for processing and reviewing sign applications. We've adjusted the code to be focused on materials, type, size, and placement rather than the message of the sign. An example of this is in the temporary sign section. We removed language referencing a grand opening sign and just now refer to this type of signage as a banner, disregarding the message on the sign. Therefore, any kind of banner, regardless of the message, is intended to be a temporary sign which would be regulated with a temporary sign permit. We simplified the table of contents, reducing it from 19 sections in our current code to 13 sections in the proposed rewrite with the intent to be user-friendly by combining, removing, and reorganizing sections. An example of this is that our current code has 3 sections for design guidelines, while the proposed code only has 1 with added illustrations for usability. In our procedures and permit requirements section, we maintained our current code's sign program language, so sign programs will still go to the Planning Commission for review. However, we increased the requirement to impact properties with 3 or more tenants, whereas the previous code required sign programs for 2 or more tenants. Sign programs are not retroactive and apply to new construction or development. Revisions to sign programs are reviewed by the Community Development Director. In this section, we also added language for discretionary review for project-specific or creative exceptions, which would be reviewed by the Community Development, subject to findings and conditions of approval. We added an updated table to our permitted sign section. We used the structure of our current sign regulation table with updates, removing any content-based language, and emphasized the use of monument and wall signs. Additionally, as the Planning Commission recommended, we have moved A-frame signs to the exempt permit section, which would exempt businesses from obtaining a permit for A-frame signs. And that concludes the highlights for sign regulations.
Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll go to staff questions. Anybody have questions for staff? Yeah, Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. Hi. You mentioned the correction or the addition made by the Planning Commission for an A-frame. An A-frame, as I understand it, I would always call them a sandwich board. It's out in front of a building, little, couple pieces of wood that do like that. And so are there any kind of restrictions there as far as blocking the sidewalk or anything, or can they just, I know it doesn't require a temporary sign ordinance or a temporary permit now, but if they put a ginormous one out there that blocks the sidewalk, do we have any recourse on that, or is there any?
Yes. So we don't require a sign permit, but with any public right-of-way, we don't allow any obstructions. So that would fall in that category.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Betts?
Banners being used as signs, are we allowing that?
We allow them with a temporary sign permit.
Okay, so how long can they keep, your store opens up and they put their name up there. I see there's a new one out there, I can't remember the name I saw today. And, ABC business, and they've just gone and got a banner and put that up instead of going and getting a proper standoff or channel letters or, are we allowing that?
So we allow temporary signs limited to a maximum display of 120 days within a 365-day period. So they can come and apply for like a grand opening banner for 30 days, and then if they have a sale, they can get another one for 30 days, but it's not to exceed the 120 days in a 365-day time period.
I might not win this one, but for years I've thought that nobody should even be allowed to put any kind of a banner up where the permanent sign is supposed to be fixed. It's too much work to go back and follow up 120 days later and find out what it is. And the best thing is when somebody's opening a business, man, the money's flowing, they're ready to get a sign. Make them get the sign, make them get a proper sign. Don't let them put up a banner that says their name. But you're saying we can't do content?
I'm not saying that. The First Amendment is, but
okay.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, the attorney and that little document there that somebody created. Okay. So anyhow, that's probably too much to get into, but I don't think we're going to rewrite everything here, but I would sure like to see that banners, that we enforce that we somehow. A-frame signs, now there's some signs that are a typical A-frame. There's some signs that are a disc with a pole and a flat thing. Are these basically all considered A-frames, even though it's not technically an A-frame, or is it only an A-frame?
It's only an A-frame sign, and we do have A-frame signs defined in our definitions, and I can read that to you if you like.
Well, it's probably just going to say something that's in the shape of an A, right?
It means a temporary sign with two faces that are hinged together to create an A or triangle-shaped device.
Okay.
A-frame signs are usually portable and also referred to as sandwich boards.
Okay, so there's other signs that are out there, and they're actually a little more expensive, a little more high class. A-frame is generally the cheaper option. The other one would be the type that has a disc, a pole, a metal frame, and a proper sign, two-sided. That, are we restricting, we say they can't get those? So if somebody wants to get a more upscale sign, they're not allowed to do that?
I think the intent of the sign is the same, but I can defer to the director that we would probably treat them the
If we
same.
could add language that says A-frame or similar in scope and size, but maybe a different configuration, so long as it has the same purpose, however you would word that. I wouldn't want to restrict somebody. At one time in a previous life, I sold signs at Signorama. So
I know signs pretty well. And when you were trying to sell them an upscale sign, somebody wanted to save money, they had to go get the cheap blow molded plastic sign. And so anyhow, all right, that's that. And then landscaping, DG on a hillside of 30% is going to wash off, go down on the sidewalk. Is the landscaping getting any kind of detail like that when they put this through the planning commission?
Yeah, the planning commission reviews landscape plans for any new development permit, CUP, any kind of addition to an existing development. As far as slope, we work closely with engineering on, the slope that's stable enough to handle DG, and whether there should be alternative treatments to that.
I didn't know what the rule was, but I'd heard from friends of mine who are engineers, and we're sitting around the bar and they're talking about this stuff. If it's so much of a slope, it determines the size of the rock to keep it from washing down the hill. And that's just shop talk to them. I know enough to be dangerous, but we didn't address that issue in here. DG can go anywhere.
The slope issue is not addressed specifically with the landscaping, but that would be done in coordination with engineering when we got a grading plan.
Someday in the future, maybe if we could address that one so that the DG doesn't wash out onto the sidewalk and make a mess. That's it. I don't have anything else, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, nobody else in the queue. I'll open the public hearing at this time. We'll take any testimony in favor, opposed, or a neutral position. I see no one in the audience. I'll assume that we have no public comments. I will close the public comments at this time. We'll go back to city council discussion, or I'll entertain a motion on.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, if I could just interrupt for real quick. I do apologize. I know it's late. Mr. Betts's comment in terms of A-frame signs, it is already addressed in the ordinance, and I wanted to make sure, so the motion maker does not need to go ahead and take care of that. It is in subsection J of 17.44.050.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Gardner?
I move that we adopt the ordinance amending the changes to chapter Title 17 zoning code as presented.
Is there a second? Ms. Pye?
Was that the A sign? I'm just saying I don't agree with it because of the winds.
All right. No other comments?
You can go ahead and vote.
No other comments, please vote.
Motion passes with Councilmember Pai opposed. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Desert Hot Springs amending various chapters of Title 17 zoning ordinance, including Chapter 17.56 landscaping standards and Chapter 17.44 sign regulations. The ordinance will return on September 5th for a second reading and adoption.
All right, we'll move to item number 9, which is the professional services agreement with Cannabis Compliance Solutions. Ms. Newsom?
No, I don't. Thank you. Good evening again. The city is contracted with Cannabis Compliance Solutions LLC since 2020 for a host of cannabis compliance services. The contractors consist of one supervisor and a team of officers that have vast experience in investigation in cannabis regulations. At the direction of the compliance director, they oversee cannabis facility inspections, cannabis employee background checks, regulation development and enforcement, and regulatory permit reviews. Staff is recommending the City Council authorizes the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Cannabis Compliance Solutions LLC in an amount not to exceed $217,914.96.
Any public comments? I see nobody in the audience. We'll move from public comments to council member comments. All right, Ms. Pye and then Mr. Betts.
I think the resolution, the date needs to be changed in the top. It says June 21, 23, I think. Did you have a comment? And the other was to recommend staff's recommendation.
Mr. Betts?
So I'm looking at I went to the scope of services, and there's three pages full of scope of services explaining what they're due. And I thought we just had an agenda item where we relaxed cannabis compliance. So now we're spending $217,914.96 to regulate cannabis. If we just relaxed it all, why are we, am I mistaken? There's some things in here that, in its simplest form, when we envisioned the taxing structure for the cannabis, it was, here's the square foot. Somebody can basically sit at their desk at City Hall and calculate the square foot, and then go by and make periodic inspections to make sure they hadn't expanded their square footage. And it was a pretty simple thing. We didn't want to tax grow because that would have taken a huge amount of enforcement. So what am I missing? What's in here that we already relaxed? I guess is my question to staff.
So when you're referring to relaxing, the majority of what we have relaxed are operating and security requirements, which are not a part of kind of the scope of what you see here. So one of the things that I want to make abundantly clear is that the state regulations that were referred to earlier tonight, the Department of Cannabis Control does not regulate municipal code violations. They also do not regulate our regulatory permit conditions. The state does not provide any testimony at our revocation hearings, at our summary suspension hearings. Those all require independent investigation that is done by the Cannabis Compliance Division. Just last week alone, we had a lawful operator who was permitted in the city found to have 300 pounds of illicit cannabis, and the city took immediate action under the Cannabis Compliance Division to summarily suspend and set forth a hearing to ensure that that facility did not operate any longer, and they will eventually be revoked. All of those things are done independently because those regulations are our regulations to enforce by way of this contract.
What's the state regulation on having illegal marijuana inside your legal facility?
The state conducts their own independent investigation.
What's the regulation, is my question.
It's considered illicit.
Okay, and is that subject to revocation of their state license?
Potentially, but what happens at the state is that it goes through a chain of law enforcement. They have a branch of the law enforcement division because once illicit cannabis is found, that is not a part of their immediate regulations because what they regulate is lawful cannabis.
All right, I think I would really like to take a better look at what we're inspecting. It's getting late and I don't want to get into too much of this, but I went through and I highlighted a whole bunch of these that I was hoping we'd have an explanation of what we're doing here. I don't think we have patience to take that detailed look. Background checks. We got the industry telling us that these background checks are getting to be really onerous. And that our background checks go above and beyond what the state does. Is that true?
Yes, so we actually have relaxed background checks for employees. We just have not relaxed them for owners or operators or board members, those that have control or board decisions with respect to the entities.
So we relaxed our standards to our standards, or did we relax our standards to match the state?
No, we relaxed our standards just with respect to the employees. This is not to align with state regulations.
Okay, so the state, all right, I guess the point I'm getting at on this one is for the background check, the state requires X and we require Y. Is that fair?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're requesting that owners also submit disclosures so that they can provide information with respect to out-of-state convictions. The Department of Cannabis Control obviously is a state regulator, and so they only have the authority to take a look at state convictions.
Okay, well, we're getting, we had a letter from operator today. She was here, she spoke, and she said, when we, when we hire somebody, if they're, limited means, want a job, they can't afford to go through pay the background check. They want a job, they want employment, so the employer does. They get them, and then they find out that it gets revoked or something. If other people have said that they need somebody now, and it's taking 2-3 weeks to get the thing, all of them have said it's an onerous regulation. And so here we are regulating that. I'm just Do we have any appetite as a council to try and match our regulations to what the state are, or do we want to continue to be above and beyond what the state is? I guess that's the question for my fellow council members. I think we're doing, the state regulations should be fine. That's what the other jurisdictions are doing. I'm hearing some of them say, you know, what I do up in other jurisdictions is a lot less than what I'm required to do here. Is that true?
I mean, I can't really answer that. It's kind of vague. I'm not sure what you're
Well, our
referring to.
restrictions match what other cities or other jurisdictions do?
Mr. Betts, you can't, hold on, time out. That's an open-ended question that no one can really answer because
Why?
there's how many cities in the state of California? There's 420
I would
cities.
give them more credit than that. They're studying this all the time. They're very learned people who are
Okay,
taking
go ahead,
into-
try to answer the question because he's not going to let me not let you answer the question, so please do so. He's going to drag this out as long as possible and just get us all upset up here, so go ahead.
So I'll do it briefly, but I know the city attorney is going to stop me because this is not on the agenda. So essentially, the city of Desert Hot Springs does have stricter security requirements than most other jurisdictions. And previously, the council actually set that by design to ensure that if cannabis was going to be here, it was going to be the safest city to conduct business. So if council wanted us to relax those regulations, I would request that direction be given to staff to do so.
So that was, Mr. Mayor, that was a perfect answer. Clear, concise. Our regulations are more than what the state requires. And the purpose of this contract is to enforce those regulations largely that are more restrictive than, so I've had this conversation with them before.
We know you've had this conversation, that's why we all want to go home.
All right.
There's no one in the audience left, everybody's gone to bed.
I'm sorry, my disadvantage is that I'm going to be up till 1 or 2 tonight anyhow, because I am every night. It's not
So
late
you're
for
gonna
me.
keep all of us up?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
keeping you all up. I'm trying.
All right. So
I'm
are you
trying
done?
to do our
Are you done?
business.
Do you have anything new? Let me ask you that.
Can I move to continue this so that we can have a
You
detailed
sure
discussion?
can, absolutely.
But I won't get a second.
Excuse me, please. I made a motion. You didn't get a second. You let him talk.
Okay, first of all, I didn't hear your motion, so I apologize.
My
I heard that
motion-
you support the recommendations. I didn't hear you had a motion.
It was a recommendation to support staff's
Okay.
recommendation.
Time out. I know everybody's getting testy here. I apologize to you. I did not hear
I'm
you
sorry, I know
say-
he's going to stay
Didn't-
up late, and I got a problem.
I didn't hear that. Second of all, Mr. Betts, have respect for your colleagues up here and let's move the meeting along. If you have nothing else new to add to that, I'm going to take
Oh, well, I
your
wanted to go down a
motion.
long list, but I won't. Well, go ahead. I see that somebody has now moved and seconded. Somebody
Okay,
seconded
so I
it.
do have a
Yeah,
motion
there we
and a
go.
second. Did you have any other comments to add to that, Ms. Pye?
Mm-mm.
All right. Did anybody else have any other comments? Did we take public comment? I think I did. All right, please vote.
Motion passes with Councilmember Betts opposed.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to item 13. That's the West Desert Hot Springs Master Drainage Plan, MDP Cooperative Agreement.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. The city's current master drainage plan was prepared by the County of Riverside in 1982 and revised in 2006. Therefore, it does not include recently annexed areas. Since 2006, the city has expanded its boundaries both to the west and to the south, requiring additional facilities to be identified in a master drainage plan. Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District prepared a master drainage plan for the western portion of the city of Desert Hot Springs, and by 2014, preparation began on the environmental impact report. In 2014, work on the West Desert Hot Springs master drainage plan came to a halt and was never completed. Now, the city of Desert Hot Springs and Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District wish to resume the preparation of the West Desert Hot Springs Master Drainage Plan. The City of Desert Hot Springs, Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and the City of Palm Springs wish to enter into a cooperative agreement for the preparation of the environmental studies. The following are some of the City of Desert Hot Springs responsibilities. Act as a lead agency for CEQA, pay 50% of the city's total contribution of $100,000 to the district for environmental consultant costs in the amount of $50,000 within 30 days of execution of the agreement, pay the remaining $50,000 of the city's total contribution for environmental consultant costs in the amount of $50,000 within 30 business days of the district providing the final EIR to the city, and present the MDP to the City Council for adoption. The City of Palm Springs responsibilities are act as lead agency for their CEQA, present the MDP to City Council for adoption. And Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District responsibilities are also act as lead agency for CEQA, assume the primary responsibility for the preparation of the MDP CEQA documentation, issue invoices for payment to the City of Desert Hot Springs, and adopt the master drainage plan. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager to execute the cooperative agreement between the city, the district, and the City of Palm Springs for the design and preparation of the West Desert Hot Springs Master Drainage Plan, including $100,000 for the preparation of the EIR related technical studies and CEQA findings for the MDP. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comments? I see nobody in the audience. We'll close public comments. Ms. Pai, you're in the queue.
For the purpose of discussion, I recommend staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll second.
There is a motion and there is a second.
And I have comment.
I'm going to the comments. Can I get the motion and second first? When someone makes a motion, I got to accept it. Mr. Gardner. Gosh, everybody's yelling at me now.
Just one quick question for you. As we're doing through this process and you're working with Palm Springs, I would just ask that, as Mr. Nunez and I discussed when we were talking to the Parks Master Plan people, that we perhaps, as you're designing new drainage, things that we design trails along the edges of those, just in putting that in part of the EIR process so that that's done when we find funding to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Betts.
Mr. Mayor, I need your help on this one. Remember way back when we were talking about that flood control channel and it was holding up development and we needed it done so that people had the development certainty? Does this include that flood control channel that runs down generally what is that, the Morongo Wash?
Mission Creek or Morongo
Mission
Wash?
Creek Wash, yeah.
It includes both of them, portions of
It's
it.
defining that?
Portions of it includes the Morongo Wash levee.
Great, wonderful, great work, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 14 is the graffiti abatement services. Chief?
This will be Steve Shaw, and he's a speed reader.
Deputy Chief.
Good evening. So the professional service agreement with the city's current vendor for graffiti abatement services, which is Graffiti Protective Coatings, INC, expired last week on June 30th, 2023. A request for proposal for graffiti abatement services within the city limits on both public property and private property was issued on May 15th, 2023, with the submittal deadline on June 16th, 2023. The city received one proposal, which was from our current vendor, Graffiti Protective Coatings. The submitted proposal was reviewed and determined that Graffiti Protective Coatings meets the bid requirements and will be able to perform the scope of work as detailed in the RFP. The fiscal impact is the City Council has approved the line item budget. I had a typo in my staff report, but that line item budget for the 23-24 fiscal year and 24-25 fiscal year is $90,000 for each year. And that is in the graffiti abatement in account number 245-4320-42-23-000. GPC has offered to perform services that will meet and exceed all requirements in the RFP for a cost of $20.80 per stop, not to exceed $90,000 per fiscal year. Last fiscal year, for 11 months, the total was $73,927.40, and we're still tallying up month number 12 for last fiscal year. The recommendation is to award a contract to Graffiti Protective Coatings, INC, for graffiti abatement services and authorize the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with Graffiti Protective Coatings, Inc., for graffiti abatement services for a term of 1 year in the amount not to exceed $90,000 per fiscal year, with substantive edits to be negotiated and approved by the city manager and upon approval as to form by the city attorney. The city reserves the option to extend the contract under the same terms and conditions for a maximum of 1 additional year at current price levels. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pai? No public comments. I'll close public comments. Ms. Pai?
This is a motion to accept Mr. Shaw, Detective Shaw's recommendation.
Deputy Chief.
Okay, Deputy Chief.
You demoted him. There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And I know there's some comments. Mr. Gardner.
Just one real quick brief one. What we spent on that last year, $70,000, what we're spending in future years, $90,000, is the best investment, and I'm just stunned at the quality of the work that this company does, how quickly I see them virtually every morning out there in Tedesco Park at 6 a.m. scrubbing off last night's graffiti. And for that, I'm just shocked that they do it for that little bit of money, and it's probably the best bang we get for our buck in the city. So I'm happy to support this.
I wouldn't say that too loud.
Mr. Betts.
Yeah, when we first put that in perspective, when we first introduced this program,
we were spending $160,000 a year, and the bid came in at $120,000. And we reduced it during the time when we were in deep financial trouble, and it hasn't gone up since, is my understanding. Is that correct? In a situation where we've got graffiti that's above and beyond their normal coverage area, but we know that they can remove it, and I'm thinking of Vista Ventana, that's had graffiti very prominent for at least a week now, which is way beyond our standard. If you get a hold of that property owner and get permission to go on there is what he's waiting for, but I'm not sure even on that one he's willing to go onto that construction site and do that. I know he could, but is there any provision in here? How do we take care of something in our graffiti program for something like that? That's been sitting there a week, and I don't think, do we have a way to figure out how to get that removed?
Well, if the company's not comfortable with going onto the property, they can certainly contact the police department, and we can do a preserve the peace type thing and go out there with them to make sure that they're able to operate safely. But we can also submit to the company if we have areas that they haven't noticed yet, to have them go out and give them that information, and they'll go out there and take care of it.
Okay, well, I think it's been reported and everybody knows about it, but it's outside, I think, he's got to climb up construction scaffolding. He's not, he's got all kinds of OSHA regs he'd have to follow to be out there on that job site, to go up there, which he's not doing, he doesn't want to do. What's in our contract or our program to be able to get that graffiti? My first concern is I want to get that graffiti removed. And the second thing is, off of that subject, there it is, I want that graffiti removed, please. The next thing is, there's a lot of extra graffiti going on right now. There's more than there was. And I'm not sure, there should be some kind of contingency in here that we would allow that if you guys find out that, hey, because we're running up against the limits of the contract, we're not getting the graffiti, I would have been comfortable including a contingency in here, maybe 20,000 more, should it be needed and with staff discretion. But I guess we can just let that go for now. If you see a problem where we're not meeting our goal of immediate graffiti removal that we do that is so important, Gary points out exactly correct. This stuff's put up at night and it's removed before the little graffiti vandals get back around to it, to look at it.
The only comment I would have is if we can talk to the graffiti guys about the industrial area. It's been getting hit quite a bit lately. I have no other comments. Please vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, we'll move to public comments. If nobody else in the audience, we'll close public comments. Before we move to adjournment, there is a notice that on the 11th we'll have a city council and joint meeting with the planning commission. That is up in the air right now due to possible scheduling. The planning commission will also meet at 6 p.m. that night on July 11th, and Public Safety Commission on the 13th, and the City Council is actually off until the first meeting in September with a possible meeting in August if needed. But if we don't need that, enjoy your time off and get some well-deserved vacation. We are adjourned.
I gave me arthritis.